Okay, we are live. So, hello everybody. This is Angel Arts. Welcome to another open mic hangout. This time we are doing an open mic hangout specifically for Mass Effect Andromeda. We actually had a Mass Effect Andromeda open mic hangout before. I don't remember when, but it was back when we had very little information about Mass Effect, but now we've sort of gotten a whole deluge of information on the next Mass Effect game. And I wanted to spend some time to sit down with a bunch of friends and talk about it, discuss it. What are their thoughts? What are some things they like? What are some things they don't like? As always, because it's an open mic hangout, you viewers who are watching, of course, you're welcome to watch this, but you can actively participate in the panel. We can only have 10 people in the panel at a time. But the idea is I do want to try to rotate people in and out as the panel progresses so that people have a chance to join in if they want to. And yeah, don't be shy. If you want to join in on the panel, please send a private message to me with your email address and I will try to add you into the queue. We currently actually have one spot open right now. So if you're watching this moment and you would like to join in, please do that. I guess we will start by introducing everybody. I hear a bird in the background, by the way. So if anyone thinks that's you, please mute your microphone. We'll go around and just tell us your name and or how you want us to call you by, address you, and where you are from. So let's start with Carlo.
Hi there, my name is Carlo. I'm from Brisbane, Australia, and I think that bird is me.
Okay.
I'm on the third level of this apartment building. So
right.
I am the bird.
Sorry.
Yeah,
bird is the word.
If you can mute the mic when you're not talking, that'd be great.
Yeah,
really cool.
No worries.
All right. Dark?
Hello, I'm Dark, and yeah, I do sometimes stream myself, actually. Even though, Herc, you haven't been watching, I'm disappointed in you. I'm almost, I'm like a third through Mass Effect 3, replaying that, getting all ready for Andromeda and like seeing whether or not it's good. I'm on the fence about that still.
And where are you from, Dark?
Happiest country in the world, Denmark.
Denmark, okay. David?
All right, my name is David, also called Reclusiarch, one of those two. And I'm from the cold frozen north of Sweden.
Are you still okay with people referring to you as David? I always thought of you as Prince, David, previously known as Let's Player, previously known as Reclusiarch.
Reclusiarch is okay. I mean, okay. That name won't go away. So okay. I really tried, but people still call me Reclusiarch, and that's totally fine.
Okay, all right.
It's a pretty good name.
It is a cool name.
How about my favorite redhead?
Oh, do you have another redhead, Herc? Are you not telling me about this? No, hi, I'm Gavin, and I like to party.
Let's get this party started, right?
Exactly.
And where are you from, Gavin?
I'm from Dublin, Ireland.
As if you couldn't tell.
Everyone was just like, oh no, he's Russian.
Okay. And then next, the person whose name is very similar to mine.
Me! Yes, hi everybody. I'm Mark3520, or you may call me as Mark, since that's my real name. And I am from the United States, in the state of Oregon. And yeah, second time being here. Last time I was here, I didn't say much because it was something sensitive, but here I am now talking about something that I am super passionate about, and I've been a big fan ever since a friend of mine introduced me back in 2011, which is, of course, Mass Effect. So, huzzah! Yay! Great to be here.
That's a very coincidental sweatshirt you got on there, Mark. Just want to say.
Thank you.
Good to have you. Good to have you, Mark. So why don't we, Shogun? Why don't you go next? Mike.
Oh, hi there. I am Santa Shogun. I would love to partake in this panel.
Mike, you look great. I love all the festiveness. Your hat looks awesome.
Oh,
That
why?
wins.
Thank you.
That wins
Thank
life.
you.
You
I
look
might
so-
have also just gotten done filming something else. Please subscribe to Angel Arts for more on that.
Oh, I appreciate that, Mike. You look absolutely festive. I love it. And Mike, which state do you live in, so the viewers know?
Santa Shogun comes from the proud state of Virginia, current home of Santa Shogun.
Your snowman mug is awesome, by the way. That's probably
Thank
my
you.
favorite.
Thank
My favorite. What are you drinking there?
To keep this under 21, I'd rather not say.
It's eggnog, right? It's
Yes.
eggnog.
Eggnog.
Yes.
It's
How about-
insert substance here.
Yes. Awesome. All right, Shadow, why don't you go next?
Hi there, everybody. My name is Noisy Shadow on YouTube, and I'm from Wisconsin, and it's cold.
Thank you, Shadow. And last but not least, go ahead, Astra.
Hi, my name is Leandro. I'm from Argentina, and in opposite, here is really cold. Hot, so I am slowly melting.
Bring some of that heat over here.
Yeah.
Please do.
It is very hot here as well. It is so hot here.
It's good to have you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna make a joke and say I feel nothing, so grand.
Well,
It's good-
you are a ginger, so you don't have a soul anyway.
Exactly.
Hey, don't say that about gingers. I'm one too.
Well, clearly you don't
My
have a soul
gingers.
either.
I don't care. I love them anyway.
You have Matt. You have a problem. You should stop with the gingers. It will just ruin you.
It already ruined me in all the best possible ways. But anyway,
I mean, if
Astra.
you don't know, if you notice, like Hark has this fancy wall of gay men behind him that is
Many of which are
that are
gingers.
practically half gingers.
One of these days, you need to put my face up there, just like in the back.
Put Gavin up there. Just
Good point.
Just who's that guy? Just, you don't want to know.
Yeah, trust me, guys. You don't want to know.
Astra, by the way, welcome to your very first Open Mic Hangout. It's so good to have you here.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, cool. So why don't we open up the floor to whatever topic you guys want to talk about some of the news we've been getting about the Andromeda game. Anybody wants to bring up a first topic?
I do.
Gavin looks like he has his hand up. Go right ahead.
I do.
And then followed by Mike, and then followed by Malik. Go ahead.
Cool. So considering that Mass Effect, its protagonist has been announced, are you disappointed that you can't play as another race, or are you completely fine with it still being allowed to be a human?
That's a very good topic. Who would like to share?
I can say something that I am not disappointed on that. It's like it's their story and they can tell whatever they want. What I am disappointed is that they have said they have said that you cannot play as another race, but they've also said that your character is a blank slate. So it's like, then why can I not play as another race if my character is a blank slate anyway?
Maybe
Exactly, that's
it
what I was
doesn't make
thinking.
sense story-wise. I mean, they will have to change the father and your brother and all the other. How
That is true, but then why are they saying that my character is a blank slate when they already say your character is a blank slate, but you have all these things that tie you and build you as a character?
I don't think that the race changes how you act and well, kind of, but yeah, it depends how you play the game.
I don't know. I think it's something of like a compromise because we do have a lot of people wanting to play all these other races, but I know I think the developers wanted something that was a little bit more like between where they could tell this one certain story that's pertains to just the human race in general, but they just compromise it with like, oh, you can just tell it however you want.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that's my thought on that.
I think that an ongoing theme for the Mass Effect series thus far has been about humanity's impact on the universe as soon as they were introduced into, you know, the world of the council and the council races and all that good stuff. So I understand kind of why that was the story that they wanted to tell for Shepard, for example. I do agree with Malik, though, that it would be nice if, you know, that theme didn't necessarily have to be a major component of Andromeda's storyline, because I don't know, I personally think that it is enticing to look at humanity's impact on this universe, on this lore, but I think that I'm ready for telling the story from a perspective of a different race as well. I think I saw Mark. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll just say that quickly, that I think it's even more stupid that it's about humanity's impact on the galaxy when we're going to a completely different galaxy anyway.
Exactly. And also, I felt that like with Shepard's story, you got a lot more with like humanity struggling that, and I like the idea of like with this new protagonist you play as, you might be able to like explore other races in different ways, and not just humanity struggle, because you know it was a main team of Shepard and all that good stuff.
I think I saw Mark trying to say something. Were you trying to say something, Mark? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was. Like talking about the human thing, personally, I really don't mind playing as a human, because throughout all the games, like any RPG that I play, like Skyrim, Dragon Age, I always go by default human in my first playthrough. So becoming a human in the single player campaign, it doesn't affect me. I'm just saying that.
Same.
I see David would like to say something.
Yay! All right, here we go. I disagree.
Now David's going to tell us how we really should feel.
Okay, this sounds okay, guys.
This is how it is.
Shut up, 5 to 10 is
So personally, I much prefer just to have one race. I feel it becomes more focused, and much of the problem I've had with games of Bioware's that haven't been like super good, in my opinion, is that it has become kind of loose, unfocused. And I think that if you play as a human or like an Asari or a set race, I think the storyline might become more focused on the you can play out the race card more. Like you're a human and you get side quests that because you're human, just like the loyalty quests. Now you have in Mass Effect 2, you can really concentrate on one character. Now you can concentrate on you just being a human and how that relates to other races. Also, I feel more connected to being a human than an Asari, so I feel like I can sympathize more with being a human and explore it through a human's eyes.
Are you saying in general, David? Like, are you saying in general it's better to focus on one race, or do you think it works for other games like, let's say, the Dragon Age franchise, like Inquisition or Origins? It works, or you don't think it? You think it would have been more focused if they just stuck with one human race?
I think it works for Inquisition actually, because you've seen all the fans. But many like it. I would just like focus on one race. Yeah.
Malik,
I would like to think that it works a lot better in Origins than it did in Inquisition, because in Origins you had your origin story first, which they skipped in Inquisition, which to me made me like when I tried to start an elf after I had played my first playthrough, I just felt disconnected, because I just felt, okay, I'm the same character, I just have pointy ears now.
I agree with you. I do miss even when I played the Mass Effect series, the trilogy, I missed origin stories with my Shepard, I guess. Even for me, I did.
Yeah.
I think it works better in Mass Effect in that you actually get to like choose a small backstory, and then you have played the intro part on Eden Prime is kind of like that is Shepard's intro story, or their origin story. Like,
that's a good point. That's a very good point.
Whereas like in Inquisition and in Dragon Age 2, you're just like thrown directly into it, and you don't really get to grow with your character. It's something. Now I'm going a little bit off topic, but it's something that's been talked really positively about with Final Fantasy 15. Is that you start by developing your relationship with the characters before you get thrown into the big story.
Mm-hmm. Before we move on, I wanted to introduce our newest panel member. Misty, do you want to introduce yourself? Tell us how you want us to refer to you and where you are from.
Hello, I'm Anna, also known as Misty Annie and Winter Queen online. So either of those three works. I respond to either of them. I currently live in Norway. So yeah.
Okay, great. I didn't mean to interrupt. Does anyone else want to contribute to the topic about races and only being human for this game? Shadow? Or Shadow and then Mark?
Yes, thank you.
Well, one thing that I honestly have to say that's on basically both arguments is I only feel like having a few extra races, like being able to build an Asari or build a Drell or or something like something to that extent. Like it would be limited to only the human-like characters if they were even to do that, in my opinion, because that's what we've seen in the past with like the Qunari and the elves and the dwarves. I don't think we'd ever be able to make like a Krogan or a Turian necessarily, other than maybe skin color changes and tattoos. But I honestly only feel like it's going to be an added bonus if that were to happen for me. Otherwise, I am completely fine with just having a human. I don't feel any disconnection or connection with having certain species or anything like that. I'm just a normal player. I just go with what I'm giving.
Well, I think we said Mark and then Malik and then David.
Yeah.
I don't have any.
Yeah. So for me personally, when it comes to like having different races, like when I was playing the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, I really liked the idea of becoming like a certain race within like in a certain situation. But having that in Andromeda, it would be cool if it is also in the quote unquote multiplayer, which we may talk about later. But for me personally, it would be really cool if we were able to create our character based off of like a certain race, like in the story that we've seen, heard about, which again we'll get by later. But like I said before, I personally don't mind being a human. It's just it is like everyone said, it's that personal connection.
David, I think, is next.
Mark gets me. No. Yes. A clarification here is that if they could make species, all the species, Asari, Krogan, Solarian, whatever, and make them playable and make them as deep as a human, I would have no problem with it. But as we all know, with game development, it's a budget thing, it's a time thing. So if you don't mind, Hawk, I have a question for the panel. What would you rather have? Would you like to have a slightly deeper story based on the humans, or would you like to have a slightly more shallow story but be able to play as more races? Like
I would like a very calibrated character creation system.
Oh, Garrus would be proud of that. Garrus would be proud of that.
Instead of like
Thank you.
when you're creating your character, it's like a little paperclip guy just up in the corner, but it's Garrus, and he's like, "Would you like some help with your calibrations?"
Just imagine it as a budget panel. Like you have this lot of this kind of budget, and you put it all in one spot or slightly less on several spots. You know, how do you want to? How would you
just
prefer
as long
it to
as
be?
the character creation isn't as badly designed as Inquisition's core, where if you want to change race or gender, you have to go completely out of the game and in again.
Yeah, that was
was
horrible.
awful.
Imagine the art direction is perfect, just like the backstory and the side quests might suffer a bit.
Oh, jeez, Dave, you got me into a trick question.
Choose wisely.
This is where I say delay the game for 6 months and then add it anyway, and have both.
What's another 6 months?
It's been like they keep saying spring 2017, but we all know it's not going to come out until next Christmas.
Oh,
Possibly.
don't jinx
Why
it.
not follow the friend?
They will need
Well,
to.
it's not an
invest
easy
more money.
answer.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I like the reason. Part of the reason why I like the multiple race options is, for me, it's replayability. It's replayability for me. But if it's done in such a way that there's hardly any difference, it's very shallow. There are very shallow differences between races. Then I would much rather that they went for the deeper story and one race. It's I guess ultimately, story is probably the most important thing for me. But part of my elongated enjoyment of a game is its replayability and how different my next playthrough would be. Because if it's not different enough, I probably wouldn't play it again necessarily.
I don't understand why it has to be either or. I mean, Origins did a spectacular job with story
It's just
and
because I want to
replayability.
put you on the spot.
Yes, David's trying to stir up the pot.
Which is why I said delay the game and then add both.
Honestly,
I
I
mean-
have been...
Sorry, you go first.
Okay, thank you. Honestly, I have like mixed feelings about like what you asked, David. I mean, sure. I mean, I really like backstory about lore and everything, but I also like the characters. So right now, you got me at a standstill.
And that's totally fine.
The thing is, though, I believe with the Mass Effect universe, you have so many different alien races, and it's not like in Dragon Age where you have like a choice between 4. So I imagine if they wanted to go the whole Origins route, like they did with Dragon Age Origins, they would probably have to select a few alien races, probably like the most popular ones that people have been clamoring for. So, if you guys wanted the whole different race sort of thing, which of the 3 races would you choose?
Like
know
that's
exactly
another
what I
fine.
choose.
Like that's a fine
Boring.
segue into another thing about it is that they have already said that there won't be all of the races in Andromeda. Like there are 3 big arcs sent out, like 1 human, 1 Asarian, 1 Turian, I think, and then some other species in as well.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, just for correction, Malik, it's actually 4 arcs.
Oh, yeah,
Scenarios as well.
yeah, but like they're still they have been limiting the amount of species, which
Right.
I think is a topic we can discuss a little bit later.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to move on to another topic. Before we do, though, I have somebody who was supposed to join us before, and he unfortunately is only going to be able to hang out with us for about 30 minutes. So whose topic did we just answer? Was that Mark's topic? Who brought up the topic?
I think it was Gavin.
Gavin?
No, it was David, because he was he
About the
asked
race?
the question. Yeah.
No, about the single race. I'm talking about the single race.
Yeah, it was Gavin.
Yeah, no, that was me.
Gavin, can you
Sorry.
pop out just for like 30 minutes or so?
Sure.
And then I'll invite you back in because I want this person in at least for the next 30 minutes. So,
Gavin,
Snipe.
You're the weakest link.
Yes.
I mean,
Gavin, you know I love you. You'll be back.
Farewell.
Just message me when you can bring me back. All right, bye.
Yeah, I will let you know. So, Love Sniping, check your email address or check your inbox, Love Sniping, because I'm about to send you a Hangout link. And you can pop on for as long as you're able to hang out with us. Meanwhile, I think Mike wanted to bring up a topic and Malik wanted to bring up a topic. So, Mike, why don't you go ahead?
Okay. This is sort of connected as to the whole diversity thing, but where has there been any word on and I know this is sort of people did like it. It was sort of on and off. But would we necessarily mind if there was sexuality gated options with the romance?
They have said that there aren't, which I think is bad writing on their part. Every romanceable character in the game is romanceable by both writers, and I think that is bad writing because it means more shallow characters. Like making everyone bisexual is not adding diversity. That is just finding the easiest solution.
I agree.
I think that that tweet by was it who was it tweeted by? That was misinterpreted by IGN. So like you will have options depending on your writer, but they'll be different. But I don't know what's the deal there. So I'm like staying out of that one. But I agree with you there that it doesn't, the whole like the fallout for approach to writing relationships and romances didn't really sit well with me because there wasn't really that concrete depth in the character. It really depended on like how your character interacted with them, and I don't know.
So it's something that was really like what I actually liked about Inquisition was the characters, and especially Dorian's, like how his story was about finding acceptance within the Inquisition about who he was, and like fighting against the parents that didn't like.
Let's let Astra speak.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Okay. Yes, Astra, go ahead, please.
For what I was able to piece out, I thought that what they say was that you would be able to interact and form relationship with other characters, but that doesn't mean that all of those are romances. I mean, they said that they were trying to add also like the relationship you have with Garrus or other characters that doesn't really involve being attached emotionally. I mean, it does, but not in a maybe sexual way or otherwise. But like they were saying, they were trying to make deeper characters to interact with and to form relationships, not only romance.
Like you can form your own bromance, as it were.
Yes, literally, I was about to say that. They're going to bring up your, so you're going to have, your very close friends and your, your people who you can turn to and say, I need your help, but you're not going to be able to, you can decide, maybe I don't want to sleep with you, but I'd still like to have you as a friend. You have those people around you who you wrap an arm around and say, hey, I like you, you're cool, but I still wouldn't sleep with you.
Let me take this opportunity to let Sniping introduce himself. Why don't you tell us how you want us to address you and where you're from? I think I can guess where you're from, but go ahead.
Me and Gavin are very similar in our ways. You can call me Mikey, you can call me Michael, or you can call me Stick is a nickname of mine. I don't know why. I'm from Ireland. I'm actually not too far away from Gavin. I'm about an hour's drive from Gavin if he's living in Dublin. So there's that. I'm not ginger naturally. This is my dye. I
still appreciate it though.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, I got into Mass Effect as a Mass Effect 3, 2 and 1, and played them through an immense amount of times. So, it's nice to see that Andromeda has finally gotten this steadfast, hey, it's March 31st is what I've heard a lot of times. So, good times. Nice to see that finally.
I find it very ironic that you were the one who ended up replacing Gavin temporarily. So, Gavin, feel very threatened. Be jealous, Gavin. Be very jealous.
Irishman, of course.
Of course.
You know what I mean?
You never have enough. Okay, let's continue the topic again. I think this is a very good topic. Again, just to remind everybody, the topic of What is it again? What are we talking about?
We're talking about romantic relationships and
Yes.
whether or not they are romanceable by each character or not.
So exciting that I like blanked out. That's how exciting the topic was. Go ahead, David.
Okay, so
And then we'll go back to Mike.
Yeah.
Mikey. Go ahead.
I'm looking at the Game Informer article here, and they say that while characters have various sexual orientation in Andromeda, they say that the team had to make sure that it made sense for the individual and not just come out of left field. And he says that Andromeda does this much better than past games, so they had to be part of who they are, and they just can't be like, yeah, I'm just romanceable by everyone. It seems like they want to have like gay, lesbian, or transgender characters who are just like one gender.
Mm-hmm.
I would be very distraught if Malik is right. I mean, you could be right that everyone is bisexual.
I hope you're right, because it would be a vast step backwards from Inquisition to go back to that system.
Yeah.
Let's let Misty go ahead speak. Go ahead, Misty.
As someone who I really liked how it was done in Dragon Age 2, where you could actually romance just about everyone that was available for romancing, because I have the unfortunate tendency to always want to romance the characters that I never can romance. In Inquisition, none of the characters that I want to romance is romanceable, and all of the romances are like, nah. So I'm really bummed out, but at the same time, I really like when it's written well. So I really want it to be written well, however they do it. That's the important part for me. Mm-hmm. I can live with being like, oh, there's no one I want to romance out of these guys. Well, fuck me.
Oh,
but
ironic.
Yeah, there you go.
I understand that, Misty. Yeah.
Yeah, but as I said, I would much prefer that it's well written and that it is a part of the character. I just would like to personally see a bigger spectrum available especially for female characters, which is, I guess, kind of ironic because a lot of people play female characters and then no one's really complaining these days. But having been from the Baldur's Gate era, when you had one while the male character had like 4 or 5, it's like I still feel that sometimes because especially
Baldur's Gate.
Oh, come on.
My
the most whiny, bitchy male. Oh God, don't. No.
Anime was awesome.
Oh,
no. sorry.
Wait, who are you talking about now?
That said, I love Baldur's Gate. It's just the romance for females that is horrible. Absolutely. Ugh. No.
Oh, God.
I think I saw Stick raising his hand. Go ahead, Stick.
I agree a lot with Anna in the sense that I want to see very deep romantic stories, but I want to see more of what Citadel brought in Mass Effect 3. I want to see more sit and watch a movie with Tali, for example. That was probably one of my favorite scenes in existence. Dancing with Garrus, that was amazing. I love that scene. Those sort of things. I want to see more of that over like every time in Mass Effect 2 or 3 when I walked into like Garrus's station as a female shepherd who had romanced him, and he just says nothing really to say. Why can't you just like sit down and talk with him for like half an hour or something? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Intimacy, less. I do also get that it's more of a planned thing, like budget time again, as David has said already. But still, I want to see that.
And like other people have said, like sitting down and talking with Garrus, and it doesn't necessarily have to be if you're romancing him. It can just be because you're trying to, be a bro with him or be a friend with him. Shadow, go ahead.
Okay, so something to extend upon what he said there. I definitely agree with things like the Citadel, where like for example with Caden, some of the scenes you see with him or with I can't remember. Like the party scene, like having like a party or something like that, or like a big, event to happen on the Tempest would be an amazing sight to behold. Because honestly, there was a lot of hilarious moments, like with Grunt, for example, where he just keeps saying no to everybody that tried to come in. stuff like that would be an amazing thing to say instead of like in Mass Effect 2 where you try to talk to Garrus and all of a sudden he says, can it wait a minute? I'm in the middle of some calibrations.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think I saw Malik next, and then Misty. Were you trying to raise your hand, Mike? Or your
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Your cane looks like you're raising your hand. Go ahead, Malik. Then Misty.
I will just say that, like, I'd rather have Garrus being busy with his calibrations than Mass Effect 1's Caden being like, "Hey, hello, Caden. I've talked with you once, but why are you taking your pants off? What are you doing? Go away."
Oh.
I mean, you talk with him once, and he's just like, and then you find him with like naked with a rose in his mouth in your fucking bedroom. Just like, what? Go away.
What happened? This is a jump.
I don't remember that. I must have missed that part.
I don't remember being that in the game.
Well, that escalated quickly.
I don't
yeah,
remember.
and
Maybe in Mass Effect 3.
No, but like, what I mean is that his like character progression in Mass Effect 1 is just automatically okay. You want to have sex with me? Cool. And it's like, no, I don't. And then you have to be like you're forced into choosing between him and then Liara, and it's just like, but I never chose. I never said that I wanted to be with you, Caden. Right. Like that's the game forcing you to romance this one character. Just like, don't do that.
Misty, go ahead.
I was going to bring up something similar because Jacob in Mass Effect 2. Because when you play as a female character, just no, don't make me do that, because I liked him as a character, but I was so afraid to talk to him because anytime you said anything that was remotely friendly, it was like, oh, hello, Jacob. It's like, no.
Put me on your dick and swing me like a top.
Yeah.
It's like I stopped talking to Jacob because I didn't want to fuck up my relationship with Caden, because I loved Caden in Mass Effect 1. So I didn't notice that because I was going for that actively.
I saw how your shepherd leaned against the table and looked at him. Hello, Jacob. What's up over here?
Because
Also,
I'm just hoping that we don't run into that, because I want to be able to be friends with characters. I want to be bros with my crew, and I like that a lot. And I like that because I could be that with Garrus, because Garrus has never been interesting as a romance for me personally, because he's just too much of my BFF. He's my buddy in arms, and he's just like, yeah, he's always there for me. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, but I couldn't have that with, say, for example, Jacob, because it was so built in that you're supposed to romance him, and I didn't want that. I just wanted to be friend, and I want more of that.
It was so built in that when I first played Mass Effect 2, I accidentally romanced him.
Exactly, because
yes,
if you choose anything
keep
remotely
doing
friendly,
those setups.
Flirting.
I kind of felt that way a little bit with Miranda too, because while I don't think Miranda was as bad as Jacob, like she was
a lot of butt
she.
There was a lot of
I mean,
that you were like,
gratuitous butt shots.
Yeah, the gratuitous butt shots and like personal space, Miranda.
Yeah,
personal space.
Yeah.
At least you get the option to saying, I
100%,
always.
I agree.
Like, at least you get the option of saying, I always this bitchiest, it's just me.
I thought I said it.
This is a fair point.
I thought I saw. Was it Shadow or Astra raise their hand? Was it
That
Shadow?
was me.
Okay,
I was
Shadow.
adding on to that because I was gonna say Misty, but the prize.
Yes. Oh,
Right.
Like something I want them to do. Like I know probably not a lot of people play this game, but I play Star Wars: The Old Republic, and in the conversation wheel that they have. Instead of having like that heart for Inquisition, they actually have an option that blatantly says parentheses flirt, and that would be like something nice, or having that heart, like, but like a, I don't know, an N7 relate, like an N7 heart, or like a galaxy like looking heart in the conversation wheel.
Pathfinder heart.
Yeah. Just make it obvious that you're choosing a flirt option.
Exactly.
Just like put a little
that's-
bird in the end that says, "This might get you laid."
Yes,
That leads-
exactly.
There's something else
Parentheses might
actually.
get you laid.
If you want to flirt with this guy, go ahead and go for the heart. If you don't, just stay away.
Yes.
Just
The
ignore
thing is-
the rest of the
Just-
options.
When they don't specify what the comment means, sometimes you may think that you will do something, and
Yes.
it comes as more aggressive than you expected, or maybe too filtery, and it didn't. And in the other hand, people don't like when they put what means the comment you are going to make. So yeah, it's they should achieve a balance between those.
Yeah. Either a heart symbol or like a zipper that gets progressively more and more open as you get closer.
Really, guys.
That would be
Mark,
perfect.
I
Mark,
pictured the
seriously.
darkest of things when you said zipper. My mind went nowhere.
Something about Mary, guys. There's something about Mary.
Okay, let's get off this topic now.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
Mark, were you trying to
please.
say something, Mark, and then Malik?
Yeah, I was gonna try and say something that revolves around with the heart thing. I was
Oh,
like,
not the zipper.
well,
Okay.
maybe, yeah, the heart or the zipper. Maybe if there's an option where you do romance with somebody, the little highlight thing, like if you see, like if you have to make a Paragon Renegade choice, maybe make the romance option highlight pink to say, oh, that's a romance option.
I agree. Yeah, Malik, were you going to say something?
Well, I will just say that this leads perfectly into another topic, which is the weakness of the conversation system that Mass Effect has always have, which is the conversation wheel, and how it just never ever represents what you're actually going to say.
Yeah.
That is the one that will have it say like, "Hey," on the thing, and your character will be like, "Hey, bitch, I'm gonna kill your family, you little shit."
Yes.
That actually happened to me a few times during my recent Mass Effect 1 Let's Play, actually. Many times, actually.
Yeah, it's just like,
Conversation was always good.
that is why I think that Dragon Age Origins is still the best role-playing game that BioWare has put out, because it actually shows you the full sentence that your character will say, and therefore also the implications that you'll be making when you make that choice. Whereas in this, that's why they had to add the symbols in Dragon Age 2 and 3, because you just didn't know what it was without that, and I think that's bad design personally. But discuss.
Go ahead.
No, Mike, why don't you go, and then Snipe, and then Misty. Mike, then Snipe, then Misty. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, to elaborate more on what your name is Astros, right?
Astra.
Yeah.
Astros said earlier, I would love it if the relationship between Shepard and Garrus, while it was a very fan-built thing, because BioWare saw everyone going to Garrus and being like, bro, in Mass Effect 2, they elaborated on it more. Or I would love to be able to do that have that be an option for everybody there. This is sort of in the topic of since we were talking about romance, the relationship building between the characters themselves.
Yeah.
I would just love to see a more varied system. Like, you can choose to be, man, we're okay, we're friends, and don't get, you ain't coming to my Christmas party, but we're cool. So you're now the godfather of all my children. Your responsibilities include being the creepy uncle that says the terrible jokes. Here's a list. You will need to say all of these at least twice a day. To hey baby, get in my bed. I would love to see that as a varied choices you could do with all the characters. even choosing to viciously hate somebody, I would love that option, because no matter how much I tried, I never could get that with Josephine in Dragon Age Inquisition.
Oh.
No.
Hark, I know you love her. She's just not my cup of tea.
No, I understand.
Josephine, best girl.
And she kept trying to act like we were friends or something. It really annoyed me.
Well,
Because if I say, no, screw you and all the mages, let the blood mages run free. I can't say that. But yeah, I'm done. I rambled on for a bit.
Snipe.
I agree with both Malik and Mike in this one. I think that while Dragon Age's symbols thing was sort of, it is kind of very handholdy. I think it would be very appreciated in the sense that it would give us easier ways to figure out what we want a character to be without having to worry about messing it up.
Yeah.
Like I have went through Mass Effect 1 and 2. Okay, what does this mean? And okay, I think this is what I want to say, but then they say something completely different. At least if they had those symbols, I know what I want to say, and I know the kind of way it's going to come off as, which is why I liked Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition a little bit more in its talking sense over Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, because at least I knew the connotation and I knew the kind of tone I was going to speak with. It allowed me to build my character a bit better.
Misty and then Malik. Go ahead.
I can agree with that, because I really liked when they started adding symbols, because that helped a lot. And I ran into it quite a few times especially in Mass Effect 1, when I chose a dialogue option that I thought was something and then turned out to be something completely different. But that said, one thing that I have recently played that I really liked so far, because it's Dreamfall Chapters. I'm not sure if anyone else has played it, but their system is similar in that you have different dialogue options. But when you hover over each dialogue option, you get a little bit of the character's thoughts concerning that option. So you get a lot more emotion into it, what you're choosing and why you're choosing it. I like that. I'm not sure if it would work for Mass Effect specifically, but I do like that when you can hear what the character is supposed to be saying, or why it's supposed to be saying what it's supposed to be saying.
Malik?
I had a thing. I lost it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but yeah, it was something similar about that. The idea of having a at least a hover over or something where you actually know the full sentence or something, so that you know what you're doing. What the? I had something. It'll
Okay.
probably get back to me.
Okay. We're still talking about the dialogue and how people feel about the dialogue system in Mass Effect. Does other people have thoughts?
Yeah.
Go ahead, David.
Again,
Of course,
I go against the stream.
David has thoughts. I mean,
I have thoughts, yeah. It's no surprise that me and Malik disagree with lots of things when it comes to Dragon Age and Bioware stuff. And I love you, man. Don't worry. But I don't know how people keep getting things wrong, because I think maybe one time I clicked something and it was totally different, but otherwise I felt like I know where this is going. I think I'd like to have another. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's because BioWare has been very good with Mass Effect about saying, like, if you pick the top one, it's Paragon. If you pick the low one, it's Renegade all the way through. So like you get an intuitive idea. Okay, so this one is low, so it's probably a bad, but it's still like their abbreviations of your sentence could have been a lot better, especially in the first game.
Yeah. And I love the icons, by the way.
It's not that it doesn't give you the idea of what it'll be, it's that you don't know the tonality of what will come out and the connotation involved in it.
It might be that I played... Oh, sorry. Do you have anything else? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, David.
That I played a male shepherd, and he's much more natural in his tone. And I'm like this stoic guy, like, no, not too many emotions. And it just fit well with most things I said, like... You know, I hate you, I love you. And he's like, I love you. Oh.
Wait, did David actually say he's not too much into motions? What?
No, I mean,
everyone bring in the
We
hug.
know that to be false.
That is false.
yes.
I mean,
very
like,
false.
if he's not very
Or
much
is-
into motions, that explains this one.
Actually, or as Liliana would say, "You're a softie, softie."
Okay, I take that back. Sorry.
Or anyone here who has watched the very first series of Hark's Dragon Age tabletop would know he is very much into emotions.
Oh, yeah.
Do that.
Curses.
Do that.
I'm a hardcore cool dude.
There we go.
Until it comes to a woman, in which case you're a big melting blob of love.
Yeah.
I can't blame you. I'm the same.
Anything
that
else?
was-
Go ahead.
No, that was it for me.
And anything else about the topic of dialogue choices, and dialogue options?
I got some.
Go ahead, Mike.
The big problem when it came to the conversation wheel was the third options, or the questions, investigate option. Those could lead to a lot of misunderstandings when it came to the wheel. That and the middle path be in between the renegade and Paragon, that sort of went. Yeah, you drink that, Hark. You've been doing some very naughty things lately, but yeah, the conversation wheel,
quote unquote neutral
has had.
Yes, the neutral. Thank you, Mike.
The neutral has had a lot of what Dark said. Hey, happenings. So the least thing, the way I see it, is they could at least put autosaves between every conversation wheel. That way, where you can at least go back when you inevitably says what you were not intending. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Anyone else before we move on to another topic? Mark? Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to respond to Shogun, where I'm going to say, I actually agree to disagree, because the investigate option is actually a good way to understand the lore, but also being able to understand completely, like, what has happened, like, in a certain portion of the story. Like in Pharos, like I remember Pharos, like you have to go and take care of some Thorian thing that's going on, and you have to ask these people about like what's going on around here. What are you talking about? What's a Thorian? And yada yada yada. And of course, the neutral is like you feel like you don't like any of those options. You don't like being like a Paragon or Renegade. You just want to be like complete and total gray. Though in the game, that's one of my biggest critiques.
I'm not
about
saying.
it.
I wasn't saying that they should get rid of it. I was saying that's where most of the problems when you click when you would pick something, but it wasn't what you were expecting. When the conversation was like,
True. I understand. But sometimes it all depends on the writers. But for me, I'm just like saying like, it goes either way. I mean, I see where you're going, but I also feel like kind of like middle ground.
It seems like sometimes I feel like BioWare should go the Telltale Games route and have a ... response.
Yes,
that's
Like as like a fourth option, like up top or like down below.
That basically is I don't like any of these responses, so I'm just gonna go with the ... or as I also fondly call it, the snarky Clem stare. Like the snarky Clem stare, like choice.
well, how would the characters in the universe tell from the long stare hairs of blankness a shepherd gives them in between conversation wheels?
Well, I suppose that kind of depends on if it's a male or female shepherd, because the male shepherd has his resting like asshole face, because that's why I kind of look at him, and then when the female shepherd kind of has this resting, just neutral face. So it kind of depends on the face of like the character, I suppose.
Well, I think that if we had the stare as an option and you were female, that would be dangerous around characters like Jacob, because he would probably take it as like a flirty Because a flirt.
Everything's
dangerous
around
Jacob.
Exactly.
Jacob is a flirty stare. A flirty action.
Actually, flirting there in action anyway. Let's be honest here. That would be totally useful.
Shut.
Well, but
I
to
just
be fair,
want-
Jacob.
Yeah,
There are
go ahead.
people like that that take everything like something.
They've got their
sexy.
mind constantly in the gutter,
Yeah.
much like myself.
David, go ahead.
I just want to say that I just want a option, always an option in every conversation that says, like, remind them of law and order or like discipline them. Nah, I would be fine with that.
Discipline them. Yeah.
That's just
Punishments?
What are you getting into here, David? Are you telling us about things you need to know? No, we don't
Remind
want to
them
know.
that they are
It's about
being
things you do in the dark.
Yeah, we don't know about your discipline, David. Jesus.
Remind them that they are being heretic to the God Emperor of mankind.
Yeah,
And this smite them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
mhm.
So before I go over to the next topic, because we've gotten to the first hour here. If for those of you who are watching, if you want to join into our discussion, once again you're welcome to. Just send me a private message with your email address, and I will try to add you into the rotation. So
And
please
with
go
that-
ahead and start doing that. I'm sorry.
And with that, I will bid you all adieu. I have
Okay.
to go. It's
Okay.
been fun, gentlemen and others. I will hopefully be here sometime for the next hangout, maybe around. Maybe I can stick around a bit longer.
Okay. It was.
I'll see you around then.
All right. Thank you for hanging out with us, Stick. It was awesome to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Okay.
See yous.
See ya.
Bye.
Gavin,
Bye.
if you're watching, feel free to hop back on. And again, for those of you who are watching, please let me know if you want to hop on as well. Who would like to have the next topic? Because I think both Mike and Malik have given a topic to discuss. Otherwise, I will give a topic to discuss if nobody has a topic at the moment. Oh, Misty? I think I saw Misty.
Yeah, I actually got one. Because this is something that I've been thinking about since the last trailer came out, and that is, so far we've only seen one new alien, apart from all the alien animals and plant life and all that, but one sentient race basically, and there's only been seen one new. Everything else has been with all the known races. How do you guys feel about that?
I can start off. I feel like that there's like two races that we know about in the Mass Effect universe by now. I mean, we've seen it like with the latest gameplay trailer that there is a new race. We don't know what it is, but we also know that there is like an enemy race, aka like I'm gonna have to pronounce it, the Ket, I believe it's also called, as well as the other one. I think it was called the Remnant, which is the sentient race, I believe. And personally, I love new races, so this is going to be exciting.
I am actually disappointed that there is so many old races, or that one settlement we see in the gameplay trailer is just like all races that we already know, and it's just like, but we're supposed to have been traveled for 600 years to a new galaxy in order to like maybe find a new home for humanity and all that. But like the fact that we are not that we are seeing known races so much compared to new stuff is it's a little bit off-putting to me. And also the fact that like of two races we have seen, one is like seemingly extinct or something. Like the Remnant is what have you seen, like some like they had ruins or something in the first trailer, and then the others are the Ket, which are just like the big baddie apparently. So it's where are my native Andromeda aliens?
Yeah, that was my thought as well, because it doesn't really feel like we've moved to Andromeda. It just feels like we're still in the same place, only now we have one or two new things to consider. It just feels kind of lifeless to me, which, as you said, it's slightly off-putting. But I don't know if other people feel like that as well. That's why I was wondering.
That I think that's for a topic I will like to add to the queue later. But that's a general problem with the whole we have to go to another galaxy because the Mass Effect 3 ending was so bad.
I feel like what they're doing is like with all the trailers, they're just showing the races we know. Because if you had like a trailer and you put all the new stuff in it, then there wouldn't be anything left. You see, oh, I've seen that in the trailer. But if you see the races you know, you're like, oh, you get familiar with it. And then when the new stuff comes, you're like, oh, that's really cool. So I think they've got like, I would like to think they've got a whole bunch of like new races lined up and that kind of thing, but they're not showing them in the trailer.
Yeah, you reveal all your cards.
Go ahead, Astra. It looks like you had your hand raised.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say that given that the topic, the main idea of the game is that you go there to discover new things, it would be kind of shitty, I guess, to show you aliens or creatures or stuff that you would be able to discover before they release the game, because that would take away from the experience.
Exactly. You're like,
yeah, go on.
No, you're an explorer. The thing that might feel like was sorry, Astra, just to get off. There was a comment left on the actual like reaction trailer you had, Hark, and it got me really thinking. Someone was like, "This looks like what No Man's Sky was promising," and I really liked the idea. Like, if you've played No Man's Sky, it's a very bare bones exploration game, but Mass Effect looks like you'll have you like interacting and scanning all these new creatures, meeting these new people, like maybe even like as you as the Pathfinder, like act like you're meeting these new races for the first time, like you have a choice to like act diplomatically and give them a good impression of the human race.
Yeah, I'm positive that there are a lot more other races in the game other than new races in the game other than the Ket. I personally would rather not see them, and I personally don't want to know about any of them until the game comes out. So even when they brought up the Ket, I was like, I didn't necessarily want to know about any of the new races personally. Because when I first played Mass Effect 1, for example, I love the fact that I went into Mass Effect completely blind. I didn't know anything. I didn't know anything about any of these races. And the first time I walked on the Citadel, I was like, oh my God, what's that? Oh my God, who is that? Oh my God, why are they talking like that? So I personally hope I don't see anything else, if I can help it. Or if they want to introduce one or two more new races, sure, but I'd rather be surprised personally.
I think from what I remember of the original Mass Effect trailer is that they still showed a lot of the like races. They kept some of them they kept the minor races secret. So I'm hoping that they'll do something like that. That like you'll meet a friendly trader species or something that you'll have like interactions with. But I'm still feeling a bit like annoyed that it's only known races that they're showing.
Yeah.
Well, when you play the actual game, hopefully you will meet a whole plethora of other races, as long as none of them are Reapers. Because that's my main fear.
Oh,
they came
that's,
from dark space.
They have said that there are not going to be any Reapers.
Yeah. They're gonna be wannabe Reapers. Like the Ket already looks like the fucking Collectors.
Yeah, I actually had a sub question to that. Like it seemed like when they were promoting like the Ket, I remember seeing one of the videos and it said, "Oh, the main enemy you'll be facing is a new threat called the Ket," and I was like, they seem very similar to Reapers, not like in structure, just like the fact that it's another ancient alien race you have to fight. And quite personally, I don't like the idea of that. Like you have a main enemy. I like the idea of you have a main goal, like to find a new like home for like humans, and then along the way you meet like all these interesting smaller villains that make up that journey. And I wanted to ask you, do you think Mass Effect Andromeda should have like a main villain or like still side villains on your journey that are like extremely like memorable and that kind of thing?
Before we go off topic, I have tried to wave my hands here for a few minutes.
Oh, sorry.
Total anarchy, but okay. No, sorry.
Sorry.
Law and order, guys.
Go ahead, David.
David,
Order in
put
the
the lawful
courts.
neutral away, please. Put the lawful neutral away.
If you look at the new trailer that they released a few days ago, there's actually if you look carefully, there's a new race on the station.
I saw that too, actually. I spotted that too.
Yeah. So there's something, and I think that place is probably just a hub for all the species that came to Andromeda. It seems like, so at least an outpost for them. So that's probably why there's not a lot of aliens running around saying hi, guys.
Well, from what I've been reading, outposts seems to be a big thing in this game. Like when you explore a new planet, you can place outposts as your fast travel points.
Misty?
I think my main issue with it was that I want to see the silhouettes. I'm an artist, so I go by visual things. What I would have liked, I didn't really necessarily want to know anything about the cat or that they were the big bad, because that's something I would have rather explored and noticed as I went along, because that would have been more interesting narratively for me. But what this trailer was lacking for me was that I wanted more silhouettes, I wanted more background aliens, and I wanted to see like, oh, there's something new over there, so that it would engage me more and want me to explore more. As it is, it's like, oh, it's an outpost with shit I've already seen. Yay.
Anyone else?
So you're saying no repeats of Dragon Age 2?
I actually love Dragon Age 2, but that's mostly because I love the characters. And I've studied game design as well, so I know why they have reused all the assets and that kind of stuff, and it doesn't bother me as much because I can see why it's done, and it's done excessively. Yes, sure, but it's still an okay layout, so I don't really mind it that much. But still, it's like, yeah.
Carlo?
Dragon Age 2 was a better game than Inquisition.
Carlo, go ahead.
I think in regards to the cat, a lot of people, like, a lot of the theory is that like they're going to be the new bad race, and I just think that that being so pushed to the forefront, I think it's too predictable. Like if like, you know, I'm going to trust the writers on this one and say that like, you know, maybe there has to be something more to this new race and what we're being told, of course. And I think, you know how the whole theme is like, you know, wanting to find like a new refuge for like, you know, where galaxy races, and like these this new race is like, you know, is like native to Andromeda. What if they're like, it's this whole this idea of colonization again, where you're the invading race and they're like, you know, they're trying to defend their territory. But I don't know too much about what's going on in that game, probably not as much as you guys just yet, so I'm just going with what I have seen so far.
Malik?
On that, that's my big problem with the cat, is that they are painting the cat as a villain when you are the one invading their space.
Yeah.
And that's like that's off-putting to me that they are putting it like that also, like, because it would be nice if like they maybe went more through the exploration of that you are the alien and you are the invader, and then like instead of just vilifying, they're just vilifying the cat all over, like in the early promotion stuff.
Yeah, but that's really predictable now. So as well. Yeah, sorry.
No worries. I'm just hoping that they're pushing that to make a narrative shift, so that they're pushing it now, so that when you go in, you can get the sensation that, oh shit, we're actually the bad guys here. So I'm just hoping that's a PR trick.
I hope so too, because I think I want to believe that's the direction they're going as well.
Yeah. Otherwise, like, no, they wouldn't be pushing this whole like no race so early before the release. So at least that's how I'm feeling with how they're marketing this new game.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else?
Can I go?
Go ahead. Sure, go ahead, Shogun.
We're not the bad guys here. Don't worry, I'll be short. We are the civilized people coming to these ungrateful savages and bringing them civilization and the word of God.
I want there to be a character so much. It's just like a salesman who travels with you, and he's like completely scumbag. He's like, yeah, we'll just take over these people, and he's dressed in like full Christmas gear. It's like, yeah, with his
candy cane.
His candy cane, and he's just like, yeah, no, we're bringing them civilization. We're not killing their environment or anything. No, we're not enslaving them. We're just giving them hope and civilization.
They gave themselves these foul diseases, not us.
That's next year's Christmas DLC.
Yeah,
Christmas.
And they're gonna get Mike to do all of it.
Yes, voice acted by Mike Shogun. Yes.
Santa Shogun.
Yeah.
Santa Shogun. Yes.
Yeah. Hey, BioWare, if you're watching this, have Mike Shogun be in the next
BioWare,
DLC.
contact Mike.
There we go.
Yeah.
My dad's here. I'll be back.
Okay.
Just
I might need to drop.
All right, go ahead. That's fine. I do have one more person I want to pull in. So
yeah, Mike, if you just like drop out, we can always invite you back in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So let me go ahead and so while we're moving on to another topic, I'm Aikuchi, AIKUCHI. I'm about to give you an invite, so check your inbox.
Aikuchi.
Yes, join us.
Aikuchi, yeah.
Aikuchi, thank you.
Come on, Aikuchi.
Join the madness. We're all completely sane here.
Does anyone have anything else to say about this topic before we move on?
Go on.
Okay.
This was the alien topic, yeah?
Yes. Okay. Does somebody else who hasn't brought up a topic have a topic they'd like to bring up?
Me.
Go ahead, Mark.
All right, so this topic is kind of a curious one for me, and that is when we set off to Andromeda, because I have it here, and it says here that when we set off, it's around the events of Mass Effect 2. So I want to hear from you guys' thoughts about having it take place during the events of Mass Effect 2 or before, after, whatever.
From what I'm guessing is that it'll take place sometime between 2 and 3. Like in that like short, like there's a 6-month space between those two games, I think. So like that's a lot that's a lot of time to like just have that happen somewhere in there. But yeah, I don't know what I think. I think it makes sense maybe in the sense that the council was like, okay, so we have had like 2 major invasions of first the Geth Wall with like this huge giant motherfucker ship, and then now all these like the collectors are now stealing a fuck ton of people. So okay, maybe we set off to do this because it feels a little bit weird that it is set there before the actual Reaper invasion begins. So it's like sort of we still have the Milky Way that is not fully explored. We know that from Jacob's side story with his father being like a deep space explorer. So the fact that they're already sending people to another galaxy before they fully explored the Milky Way is a little bit weird to me. David.
Okay, so why do we send people into space before we have explored the whole Earth? Because we can. Like it's a new frontier.
But we had satellites all around the Earth, so we had scans
underground and undersea and all of that.
Yeah, but like
the human race has always been a driving force. You know, sure we have the whole galaxy to explore, but we could explore another galaxy. You know, it's a big leap, and I think that it makes sense for the Andromeda initiative to go out between 2 and 3 because they would never do it if they had a Reaper invasion. I think the resources would not be there. And, it just makes sense for me, Mark.
It's fair enough, David.
Astra, and then I'll introduce our newest member. Go ahead, Astra.
Okay, so I want to point out two things. The first one is, who do you think is paying for this expedition? And also, what's the reason? Because I don't think the only reason for sending them outside to explore Andromeda is just because they want to explore it. Maybe they want to get new resources, or maybe they're trying to find a new place in case they couldn't eliminate the threat that was about to attack them, or something like that. But yeah, what are your thoughts on that, about who is paying for this expedition?
Actually, I think I have some of the information that I found through like some of the trailers. Like, someone who has founded it is someone named Gian Garson. I believe that is the name. And probably, and this is just my speculation because I have no idea, but they're probably going to Andromeda just to expand on humanity, as well as like all the other races with the council members, to find like I'll agree with you, Astro, with resources, but also trying to find a new home for humanity in Andromeda.
Misty, then Malik.
I just came to mind. I'm not entirely sure about the timeline, but if you take into consideration the stuff happening in Arrival as well, that would also be a catalyst to set something like this in motion, considering that it seems to be quite a huge joint effort between all of the races, considering there are several arcs with all the big species. So it would seem like something like that is like, okay, in case we're fucked here, let's make sure something survives, and that goes there. Along with money interests, of course, because there's always business in these kind of things.
I think
new territory means new resources and new places to make a profit.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just I wanted to point out that I think they call the ship arcs, like
like Noah's Ark.
Right.
Yeah. The entire premise that they've been pushing for it is find a new home for humanity, not find a new find a new colony or a new or like a new apartment. It's find a new home for humanity. So it's like you go out there not expecting to go back ever.
Right. Did you say what you wanted to say, Malik?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's go ahead, pause for a second, because I do want to let our newest panelist introduce himself. Tell us how you want us to refer to you as, and where are you from? Aikuchi, are you there?
Gary.
Gary, hello.
Oh, is your microphone not set up yet? Yeah, I think your microphone needs to get set up.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, check out if you guys.
I can hear you.
If you guys can help him in the chats, yeah, check your cat.
Try plugging it back again.
While we're helping Aikuchi get set up, while everybody's helping him in the chats to get set up. Does anyone else want to continue with talking about this topic? Yeah, go ahead, Gavin.
What Astrid was saying about like who actually set it up, I would love if the plot twist it was the Elusive Man and it's all just a big Cerberus experiment.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
would
it's
be
a human initiative for what I was reading.
And then in the next game, your like protagonist Ryder is actually the villain.
That would be an interesting twist.
That would be an interesting twist.
And like
yeah.
all of the skills you picked for him or her, and all the abilities you got, actually they can use them against you. I think that'd be kind of cool.
That would be cool.
That's sort of what they did with the Citadel DLC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a clone shepherd. It's got
Yeah,
on
the clones. Yeah. Didn't expect that one.
Anyone else? Before
I was thinking that maybe Liara could have something to do with this, given that she is now. I mean, after the second game, she transforms into the what was the name?
Shadow Broker.
Shadow
Shadow
Broker.
Broker, yeah.
Yeah, the Shadow Broker.
Also, she is an archaeologist, and she maybe is in her interest to go on and try to set up a backup plan if they can stop the Reapers.
Considering her like her coming to Shepard in the third game with this like package of data to survive to the next generation should you fail, it would make sense that you would also have put something into this, like at least help set it in motion.
Oh, also they said that they arrived like 600 years after the events of Mass Effect 3. So all the characters would be dead, but I think that the era will still be alive, given that a race has a long life cycle. So maybe we could see something of her.
She's the villain. I would kind of like that.
Oh,
Does anybody remember what the average lifespan of Asari are?
1,000 years.
1,000 years?
Oh, okay. So again, remember that the people in the Ark are traveling. They're in cryo for 600 years. Yeah. So it's possible that Liara is still alive by the end of this trip. It's very possible. So
Liara was only 106.
Right, 100 exactly. So she's still
in the first game, and then
correct.
She becomes 109 in the third game.
Yeah, she would be matriarch now.
We can hear you. I can hear you, Gary.
You can hear me?
Oh, great!
Yay! I'm hearing so many conversation right now.
Oh, sorry. There's a lot of us. Can you introduce yourself to us? Tell us how you want us to address you as and where you're from.
Hi.
Hi. Where are you from? And what should we call you?
Hi.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. There's
Okay.
just a delay.
Sure.
So you can I guess you can just call me Gary. I'm actually from Malaysia right now. So I'm calling from Malaysia. Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Oh, cool. Well, welcome. So we'll go ahead and continue. We'll continue with the discussion. Anyone else wanted to? Were you trying to say something, Malik?
No, I'm just.
Okay. I kind of wanted to bring a topic onto the table, if people don't mind, because this is something that I have.
Well, it is your show technically, so.
Well, I'm hosting, but I'm letting you do most of the talking. But
this is Mass Effect Andromeda, as hosted by Hark.
There you go.
Okay,
But not really.
Saturday Night Live with Hark.
There we go.
Yeah.
So this is a topic that I am on the fence about. I have some reservations about it, but I don't feel that my reasons for having reservations about it are sound. But it's still, I have personal issues with it. But I was just wondering what your thoughts were. So for this game, they got rid of the classes for people who aren't aware. The classes aren't actually there. Instead, you have the ability to pick and choose, customize your abilities however you want. I guess very similar to Skyrim, I guess, is one example of how it would work. And
with the different subclasses.
Right. And then what happens is if you pick specific abilities, it unlocks I don't remember what they're called. Like if you pick like specific tech and like military abilities, then you unlock the Vanguard, the Vanguard thing, and that might give you some bonuses. So you can pretty much make whatever you want, which for me personally, that doesn't bother me as much. But what does kind of bother me is that you can reallocate your abilities, I think, in between missions. So in one mission, if you wanted to be Vanguard Rider, you can be Vanguard Rider. And then in another mission, if you wanted to be Adept Rider, you can be Adept Rider. And there is in mission. So in one mission, I'm hearing.
Use your mic.
Vanguard Rider. Yeah. Here. Hold on. So I got it. So so I think between missions you can reallocate your abilities. What are people's thoughts on you being able to essentially respec your character each time if you wanted to?
Okay.
Or just the go ahead, or just the ability system in and of itself.
Yeah.
David, go first.
Yeah. Okay. I'm curious about this.
Yeah. So
Anyone have a thought? Okay, Mark, did you have some thoughts?
yeah.
And then Gavin.
Yeah, but for me personally, I really don't mind if the classes were gone, obliterated, because I did play Skyrim before Mass Effect, and I really liked the freedom that Skyrim had. But and when it came to Mass Effect, I really liked having those classes, like you said, of having like being locked into like a certain class. But for me personally, it doesn't bother me that Andromeda is going that route where you get to pick and choose which type of skills that you want, regardless of what your class, without the class restrictions. It is like, for me personally, it's like a breath of fresh air, in my opinion.
Malik and then Misty.
I personally think that from a gameplay perspective, it's very cool that you can switch between your style of gameplay, so that you can actually start playing and then figure out what style suits you instead of having to restart as a whole new character. But from especially a lore perspective, it gets a little bit more murky, because suddenly you're you are a biotic, but then suddenly you are not. Or you are not a biotic and then suddenly you are. It gets murky there.
There is Go ahead.
My biggest maybe caveat with such a system is that, especially if you can reallocate between missions, is the whole idea of it not being consistent across the game. It messes with the consistency of the entire game story.
There actually is an in-game explanation. There is an in-game explanation as to why Ryder can do that. We don't know what the explanation is, but the writers with a T, the writers have apparently covered why Ryder can reallocate his abilities like that. But that doesn't necessarily mean I like the system. But yeah, that is a valid point for you to bring up. Misty, go ahead.
I sort of agree that it does get a little bit murky from a narrative standpoint, and I'm unsure what kind of reason they can give that would make any sense for this, especially for the biotic bits. That said, I'm very happy that I can finally choose the skills that I want, so I can play the way that I want. Because, as an example, I played Infiltrator because in Mass Effect 1 I loved it. Tech mines and a sniper rifle, that was so my jam. I loved it because you could set up ambushes and just pick people up from a distance. If they got close, they blew up. That was amazing. And then they changed it with Mass Effect 2 and 3, and I hated it. I hate Infiltrator in those games because the cloak, it's just no. But overall, I like that you can pick and choose what you want to do because you can tailor your play style, and I'm all for that. But as Malik said, it's a little bit murky on the narration, so we'll see.
I would say that if a point placed was permanent, then I'd be more okay with it. Because like in Skyrim, choosing a perk is a permanent choice, not something you could just reallocate unless you get that skill to 100 and then reset it. That's the only way you can reallocate your points. But regardless, having it being able to be chosen in between a mission feels off.
David?
I was thinking, you said that you can go from biotic to like an engineer and then a warrior, and there's an in-lore system for that?
Apparently, yes, between missions, not on the fly, but between missions is what I read.
That's ridiculous. I don't know what.
Do you actually have a link? Because I'd like to read that article.
I mean, I'm agreeing with Malik on this one.
If somebody can,
What is this?
find the link, if someone can find the link, could you please?
It's so weird. I mean,
On it.
maybe if you
I'm
could
on it.
switch between like Adept and Vanguard, like you have a lot of powers, or like Infiltrator and Engineer, or Soldier and something else. But it just seems like you have a machine now that can give you medic powers.
My thought was I didn't like it as much because I felt like, and actually Gamer MD83 mentioned this too. I feel like I end up losing my reliance on my team members, on my squad members, because I love the aspect of we are working as a team. They're able to cover things that my Shepherd was weak against. I can cover them with things that my Shepherd is strong. You know, we work really well together because we try to cover each other's weaknesses and all that good stuff. And I feel that if I can just change my abilities between missions, I'm like, what are my squad members for then? So that was my biggest issue with it personally.
Yeah, it also gives you character. Like I'm in the engineer. Like that builds character for me. Like I'm the engineer, or I'm the soldier, or I'm the badass Vanguard. And suddenly I'm.
Exactly.
Like
I feel like if I was an engineer, I would love to be able to identify that as my writer and maybe have unique dialogue because I leaned more towards the tech tree, for example, as opposed to the other tree. But if I can change every which way, then I don't know. I just feel like there's less that I can do to identify my writer with.
I would like if they did it in a way where it's more like where you have a set base class, maybe like you have a set like either you're tech or a soldier or a biotic, but then you're more flexible in what you can learn throughout from that, so that you don't lose your basis for you building your character.
Did I see Astra's hand go up?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say that maybe not having played the game and just reading about that, it doesn't make sense inside the game. It sounds kind of odd, this change, but I'm thinking back to the other games, and you were able to respect your skills in the other Mass Effects. I never did it, and it's about that. I mean, if you want to change, you can change. I think the difference here between this game and the other games is that you can pick between all the skills independent of what your class is. So you could change from one class to the other, and that's the problem here. I mean, in the other games you could respect, but
it was still only within your class. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because it was same thing in Inquisition. Inquisition you could also respec, but not only did you stay in your class, and the same thing happened with BioWare with Mass Effect respec, is it was also expensive, or at least it got more expensive each time you did it, I think.
I would assume this one will also have a cost. I don't know.
I don't know.
If they're implementing it like a part of the game is that you respec in between missions, then I don't think they would.
Yeah, I don't think they would either, most likely. Or make it very cheap, super cheap.
Yeah.
I do want to hear from Gary. So,
sorry, you guys can hear me now?
Yes. Tell us your thoughts, Gary.
Okay. Because I was wondering, since Ryder could respec basically whether it's on the fly or at certain points of the narrative or the game, does it mean the companions will be able to respec just as easily?
I want to say no, because I think Ryder is a special case in the in-game lore as to why he or she can do it. And I think the other companions are not special enough to be able to do that. There might be a way for them to respect their abilities within their own class or within their own tech tree, is my guess.
I guess because it goes into the group dynamics. If you have a particular role and you choose your members to, like in Dragon Age, where if you kind of the background, you pick like the tanks or the healers or the shields. Mm-hmm. But in this case, the rider can be more fluid with his role, then yes, it does allow a little bit more chance to mix up the companions, but at the same time, I can also kind of, pick a more dedicated role, which I kind of like the idea of base classes then, because then it informs more about the lore, and at least I can focus on a particular game style, unless there's repeat value where I want to keep trying different ways of running a scenario.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. I think if I was playing the game, I'd be super overwhelmed to, play with abilities that I haven't, I got pretty darn good at the class that I was playing as, and then so I tend to be shying away from trying these other abilities. I haven't had as much practice with them. I don't know. That's my thought too.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I personally love the ability to pick and choose your own skills. Just having an engineer that actually is a combat specialist as well, that would be awesome for me. Like, I can take the hits, but I'm smart as well, like in real life. So,
opens up a lot of options character-wise.
Yeah, it's just like make it permanent or respectable.
But like only like not auto respectable, just
right.
Yeah, like yeah. I don't know how it works.
Other thoughts on the ability system or the class or not lack thereof classes?
Well, kind of about that. What we saw in the gameplay trailer, we saw a bit of like new biotics, the weird shield thing. Am I the only one who thought that looked very much like the magnet shield or what it's called in Titanfall?
Yeah.
Right.
I got that vibe as well.
Oh yeah, the biotic shield. Yeah.
Yeah. And that leads me into like I have a topic, but I have already come with the topic, so maybe someone else can come with the topic.
Yeah.
I was just gonna.
Go ahead, Gab. What are you gonna? We're gonna say.
I was just gonna say that the combat in general looks a lot more fun. I love the combat-based cover shooting, especially in Mass Effect 3 when it got like into the nitty-gritty areas, like. But the combat looks really good and really open, and I actually can't wait to play it.
That's where I have a bit of a caveat, or maybe I'm scared that it'll be like Inquisition because I hated Inquisition combat.
I can understand. I did not like the combat in Inquisition either.
Yeah.
Actually, that leads me into a question I had.
Go ahead.
And it is, now that we've seen the gameplay trailer, what do you guys think of the new combat system? And they have said that it's going to be more fluid, just like you said, Gavin, that it's going to be more fluid. You're going to have to move around a bit more because the enemies have abilities to flush you out of cover and stuff like that. How do you guys feel about that?
I actually, if I may take this one,
Sure, and then Misty, go ahead.
I like the idea of like it being more like survival based, not survival based, like the entire thing itself, like the overall theme of the campaign being exploration and about survival. And I like the idea that the combat might reflect that in like where your rider might have found like a good position to help take out this creature, but then the creature flushes you out, and then you're kind of like panicking on what to do, like what's the best situation. And I really would like, hopefully, if the way they're describing it, like you said, David, I would really enjoy that a bit more.
Misty.
As someone, I'm the type of person that I love gameplay that has where I can use mobility and utility. So for me, it seems interesting, but I'm a little bit wary that it seems incredibly flashy. So I am very wary of how it's going to play and how the controls are going to be, because I have the problem where every game that I play that has cover, I get stuck in the fucking cover. Because David can vouch for me here, because whenever we play Division, he gets to hear about sticky covers.
Yeah.
But Division was at launch a bad game anyway.
I can't get away from this effing cover.
Fuck this cover! It's in my way. But yeah, I'm a little bit wary about how it's going to play, because while I do love high mobility, it's very hard to do high mobility well. So that's why I'm wary of it. I like it, but I'm wary of it.
Before I get to Malik, two things that I know that I read is that the sticky cover they're getting rid of. So it's no longer sticky. I think what it is if you press up against like a block or a box, I think that's when you go into cover, I think is how they're implementing it. The other thing that I think is also be interesting might be bad for me because I'm used to it a lot and I kind of used it as a crutch through the first 3 games is there's supposed to be less pausing and then choosing your targets, like the pause feature in the middle of combat. It sounds like they're trying to get rid of that or at least make it less of a thing. So I'm not sure how that's going to work for me personally because I kind of relied on that. Malik, go ahead.
If I might be wrong, but I think I saw in the combat trailer like the other day that when you do like the thing, it just goes down to a very, very slow motion. So like, it looked like that big monster was still moving a little bit while in that. But anyway,
so it's like Fallout 4 actually. The VAT system in Fallout 4. Yeah.
My big thing about the combat system that I've seen so far is that like Anna, it seems very flashy, but not very it's flashy but not very substantial. Like at least like the enemies they showed seemed super like bullet spongeant or something. Like you would fire off a big powerful ability and they'd just be like, oh okay, fine, I'll shoot you still. And it's like that's another thing that I'm worried about that they will do. Like just like Dragon Age had the big problem of like enemies taking super heavy damage hits and then just shrugging them off like it's nothing. I can get it with the big burly monster that comes charging at you that you'll have to like shoot it a lot, like it seems like a mini boss or something. But I'm afraid that they'll do the same with like smaller type enemies as well. I like the idea of them being able to flush you out of cover and like you'll have to maybe like do something more to get into a new cover and like move around more. I like that idea. I just hope they'll implement it well.
Any other thoughts on that?
Mm-hmm.
On the combat? Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I'll actually agree with you, Hark, because that was also my crutch when it comes to the combat. Just trying to pick out which abilities I want and try to strategically place it. But I don't know. For me personally, I think it would be a bit of a challenge in my part. But I also heard that the gameplay and the combat was actually influenced by the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. So, yeah. But also, I found a little bit of something to the combat about leveling up and everything.
Mm-hmm.
According to the article, which I do have, by the way, it says the goal is to let players try different approaches to combat without being locked into a single set of abilities as soon as they create their rider.
Yeah.
That's what it says.
I understand the
something to say as well.
Options.
Go ahead, David.
I think the Astro, was that your name? I think you had something to say before. You had your hand up.
Oh yeah. I was thinking that the topic we were talking about before, the being able to change your skills. I mean, even if you're able to change, that wouldn't make your companions useless or less meaningful, because I don't think that you will be able to be a jack of all trades all the time. So if you decide to go into a mission with, I don't know, a sniper rifle and trying to take enemies from afar, you will need someone to go and tank the enemies for you. Or so I think that that would be the making you able to change your skills will allow you to try new things and making it more interesting, I think.
That's a fair point.
And
Also,
I can add to sorry.
No, go on.
No, I can add to my own topic now, and then everyone has said their piece. No, Hark, I'm not gonna like judge anyone. Don't worry.
Oh boy.
Let's look.
Off neutral is showing.
No,
Stop. You need help.
Oh boy.
This is why I miss David. Go ahead, David.
All right, great. So first of all, I agree with Malik here that I think the combat in general lacks some oomph at the moment from the gameplay I saw. It's probably early still, so they have some time to polish. And I'd like to point out that we saw like Vanguard gameplay, and that is always flashy and mobile. And I'm like, I can never do that ever. I'm old now. I have no reflexes. So, but I'm kind of, I won't say worried, because I love to bunker down somewhere, put up my turrets, hide behind cover, and just think tactically, how do I want to do this? And if I have to jump around all the time with my jump pack, like some Quake Arena thing, I'm going to die real hard all the time. But we'll see. If as you said was true, I don't remember who said it, but that you can have many different approaches to combat. So if you can hunker down, I saw some force field cover before in the trailer. Like if you can hunker down and still play it like that, that would be awesome.
Anything else before we move on to the next topic?
Oh, I wanted to point out that I think they will do something like they did in Inquisition, that there will be some enemies that will appear, and like the dragon, that if you want to try to tackle it at a lower level, you will require some sort of skills. And I think that they giving you all these tools for you to handle the situation in different ways would help making it more of a challenge for the players that would want for it to be a challenge. And if you have a trouble there, maybe you can run away and get more tools to make it more easier for you. So I think that's that may be cool.
Yeah. That would be. Yeah.
I wanted to move on to another topic, and I want Shadow, if you had a topic for us, because I think she needs to leave shortly.
Yes, I do. I'm getting really tired.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead and bring this up. So, just to make sure that we have like total knowledge about this. Sorry, I'm tired. I'm words are escaping. If you guys remember in Mass Effect 1, when you were in the Mako and the Thresher Maws out of nowhere would show up, what do you guys think as to them bringing that kind of thing back into Mass Effect Andromeda? And how do you think they would do it?
Well, first off, I would poop my pants. That would be the first thing. But the second thing would be like when I played Mass Effect 1 and I did like the Thresher Maw thing, I actually just keep a distance away from it. But according to the new Mako, I think there might be like, the Nomad has its
Nomad.
Yeah, I believe that there isn't going to be much in combat-wise with the Nomad, because I think I've heard about this somewhere, but the Nomad is meant for exploration purposes, not for like combat purposes, like the Mako was.
True.
Other thoughts?
I think this.
Go ahead.
Okay, I think this ties into a little bit of the new like kind of open world thing, that they want you to go off track a bit and explore, and then you're probably gonna find things like Thresher Maw lookalikes or something like that.
A Mesher Maw.
Yeah, whatever. Something
Totally
big.
not the same.
Robo-Maw.
Yeah, Robo-Maw.
It's got antlers. That's it. Same thing. Just has
You'll
antlers.
find a Marlboro, and suddenly you're in Final Fantasy.
Oh boy.
No.
There's just a Kunari in a cave somewhere. He's like, I shouldn't be here.
Yeah, and is your name Sten?
No, it's Ben.
But you killed Stan. You killed Stan several times in Dragon Age 2.
No, you killed Ben in Mass Effect.
Okay, back to topic.
Let's get back into the topic.
Yeah. I would like if there were something like Thresher Maw battles, but if you say that the Nomad don't have any combat capabilities, then I'm a bit I'm curious as to if they'd even implement it, because like the Thresher Maw fight in Mass Effect 2 was heavily reliant on cover, and especially cover that couldn't break. And something big like that, like in general, I wouldn't say that a squad of foot soldiers should be able to take it down.
Just a quick thing. If anyone has played the game Monster Hunter or Lost Planet 2, just stepping in specifically, the combat reminds me of a mixture of those, like a bunch of soldiers just like who can like maneuver around just fighting large monsters. I would love if they'd done that with it. The general idea reminds me of like those two like fighting gameplay styles.
The problem with that is that in those games, you as the player are actually quite tanky, but in the Mass Effect games, you have always been very squishy. Like you don't take a lot of hits before you die, whereas in like something like Monster Hunter, the monsters are slow enough that if you take a hit, you can dodge away and get like heal back up.
That's what I think they're using the maneuverability for, or hopefully if they can use it the right way.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Okay, so I'm gonna say one more time for those of you who might have joined us recently within the last hour. There are some spots that we can open to let more people in. So if you would like to join in to our Mass Effect Andromeda conversation, please send me a YouTube private message with your email address, and I'll try to get you in before we finish the discussion. Is anyone on the panel who has not brought up a topic yet have a topic of discussion they would like to bring up? Astra, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask if, by any chance, you joined the Andromeda initiative. You know what I'm talking about?
I've seen it. I've personally seen it. Yes.
Oh, I just wanted to point it out and ask you, because they kind of did that with Inquisition. What do you think about them building things outside the game for you to experience it? Because the Andromeda Initiative, it's like a series of videos that approach you as if you were trying to join the Andromeda Initiative to go there. So they give information a character at the start of the game would have. And in Inquisition, they made the keep, I think it was, that allowed you to make to see the story from the beginning, even if you don't play the other game. So what do you think about these things they are bringing to the games from not necessarily inside the game, from outside the game?
They have said that anything you do in the original trilogy won't have any effect on Inquisition, so I don't know how much that will affect it, but I'm not sure how I feel about the idea of stuff that happens outside the game. Sometimes it's implemented well, and sometimes it really isn't. Like Destiny has a big problem with all the lore you have to go to a website to find instead of finding it in the game. But if it's something like about multiplayer or like other like minor gameplay things or something like that, it could be cool. It just depends on how they do it.
Yeah, I totally think I love it. By the way, the all the videos on the website and stuff like that. But I think they're probably going to have a big, long cutscene at the beginning of the game. So it's not like vital to look at the website before we play the game. It's going to be like, oh, this is the arc and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
So I don't think you're going to miss out. But it's a nice hype thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the Andromeda initiative is also something for people who are new to the Mass Effect series. That could also be another reason why they did it. Because, like, people, like, for example, my boyfriend, who's watching this right now, he has no clue about the Mass Effect trilogy at all. He's only going off of what, they've said about Mass Effect Andromeda recently. So, I think it's a good idea for them to do the Mass Effect Andromeda initiative. It's very well thought out and with the lore that they share and about the game, but you don't necessarily need that lore to play the game, and that's very nice of them to do.
Anyone else?
I mean, I guess for games, they should have multiple entries for different levels of players. So, having a website, different marketing campaigns, the barrier of entry into games has to be a multiple level and tiers, whether or not you're approaching it for the first time or if you're a long-time fan of BioWare, or even if you've just played one game before. So all these little tidbits, I guess, only means more if you want to know more. But beyond that, I think for new players, like I said, probably going to be a giant long cutscene in the beginning anyway to explain whatever it is. And since it doesn't rely too much on the events of Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, it really does branch off as, for I think, hopefully for many new players, a completely new game.
Anyone else who has not brought up a topic would like to bring up a topic?
I got one.
Go ahead, Carlo.
Okay, so I want to bring up the topic of companions. And so far, at least from what I've read, there was Liam, PB, Drac, was it?
Yes.
Vetra, the new Turian, and Cora. So that's 5 so far. How many companions did they say that they were going to put in? And did I miss any?
Okay, so just so that the viewers who may not have been following the news, PB is an Asari, who apparently
Raccoon Asari.
I'm sorry?
Raccoon Asari.
A raccoon, yeah, because of her face.
Rakari.
Yeah.
Yes, Rakari, who is very different from Liara in personality, in that she is more lone wolfy, and I think that her personality is a lot more like I'm in it for myself. I'm not sure. That's what the read I got on her.
Apparently, wrote her as a loner, but bubbly.
But bubbly. Liam is a human who used to work for CSEC, and apparently he is supportive of Ryder and what the Andromeda Initiative is doing. Then you have okay,
calling it now. He'll be the Caden / Jacob, like the one that wants to bang you even no matter what you do and say.
Drac, I think, is Drax the Krogan. I don't think we know much about him personality-wise. Then there's Vetra, the female Turian, which I think is going to be super cool. I don't know much about Cora, actually.
I don't think I've heard anything.
No, there's nothing said about her.
I don't know if Cora is a human. Is she a human, or do we not even know that?
Human.
I think she's human. I think they said that she's human.
So she's Ashley.
So.
I read somewhere, but I don't know if this was official. I read somewhere that there were going to be 6 companions, but I hope there's more, because
6, possibly 7.
Considering that your brother is
or sister
from what I'm seeing it, the other sibling is seemingly missing or something for part of the game. So I would guess that is going to be like a companion too at some point, since they're apparently going to have an impact on the story in some way.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also the father, which is the soldier. So there's the idea of maybe him also having some sort of either a temporary companion like Anderson in the start of Mass Effect 3 or something like that.
I'm hoping that there's at least 1 or 2 companions that are of new races from Andromeda, or Andromeda races that would I think balance out the team very well. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but I have to get off for a little bit. Something came up.
Okay,
I
no
miss
problem.
you.
All right.
I miss you already, my
All right.
friend.
All right.
Oh my god, just
Miss you
kiss
too, Gavin.
already.
Thank you for joining us, Mark.
Bye.
Yeah, I'll be back on in a little bit, so see you.
Okay. Mike Shogun Lee, if you're watching, feel free to drop back in. Who would like to continue with this topic? Gavin, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
And then Shadow.
Sorry.
Or
First
Shadow.
thing-
Do you want to go first, Shadow?
Yeah, no, go first, Shadow.
Yeah,
Shadow,
because
then
I'm
Gavin.
actually gonna leave.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Talk to
Okay.
guys
Thank you,
I
Shadow.
miss you
afterwards.
too. Miss you, everyone.
Bye.
There's a
I'm
second
sorry,
free
I have to
spot.
leave redheads.
No problem. All right, we have seats on the bus. If anybody wants to hop on,
This
let me know.
incredibly insane bus. That bus
Yes.
sparkles.
This is your. If you want to get onto the bus, if you want to join the chats, is your last chance. Send me a private message with your email address.
coming and everybody's jumping.
Oh God. Okay.
No.
No.
Gavin. Okay, Gavin, please say something.
I don't think what I was gonna say is any better, but all right. I really can't wait to fuck a female Krogan. I'm just so happy. I'm so happy.
Is
No,
Drac?
She's a little
I
Asian.
believe she.
Oh, Drac is. I know that Drac is female. I thought Drac was a male.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. No, I just
He
like
looked like a male in the
Yeah, I
art.
thought it was me.
listen.
Well,
Listen. I
There
don't mind
is.
either way.
Well, there is a. Okay.
Trust me, I've played a Krogan. I've watched all the fucking concept art. That's a male.
There is a female Krogan who is not a companion, but she is she's in charge of. I forgot what she's in charge of, but she's one of the officials in the initiative.
Is she fuckable or not? That's the big question.
Yes.
Well, Astra actually brings up a good question. Like, she apparently is in charge of the engineers, like science. Yeah. So I don't know if that means she's a very above average intelligent, like sciencey, techie intelligent kind of Krogan, which would
I
be
love her
really
already.
awesome. I'm sorry, what did you say, David?
I love her already.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I've been waiting for a tech savvy Krogan for the longest time. I think that would be super interesting.
But there is one, Hark. Don't you remember that scientist guy in Mass Effect 2 who's like angry that he's not allowed to make stuff that explodes?
In Mass Effect 2? Oh, it's been a while. I don't remember. It's been a while.
There's a Krogan in the Earthnut camp that's like, "Arr, I'm a scientist. I make nuclear bombs, not houses and
Oh,
agriculture."
okay. I think I remember him now. Yes, I remember him now.
That's gonna be Drac.
That would be awesome.
Speaking of companions, if I may continue.
Go
Yes,
on.
we know you love Cassandra.
Yes,
we know you.
in the game. No,
Yeah.
I'm
Can I have
really.
space, Cassandra?
Yeah.
Ooh, Space Cassandra. Okay.
Was the female Turian what was her name again?
Vetra.
Vetra. That excites me. That sounds like fun because I'm gonna say something here that might not be very popular, but I didn't like Garrus that much. I'm not a bro guy.
We are no
I
longer.
don't do bro things. I didn't like
No.
his voice. I didn't like his not very much about Garrus. I didn't like much about Garrus. However, I'm very curious about a female Turian and if they can like turn things around for me personally, because I was not a very big fan of Turians. Thanks to Garrus.
I actually have to agree with you in that I'm also in the minority that compared to the other companions, Garrus was okay. Garrus was okay for me. I wasn't like shooting bottles with him was fun. The dance thing was cool for the people who wanted to romance Garrus. Garrus was okay to me compared to the other characters. Go ahead, Malik.
They have had a female Turian companion before in the Omega DLC, which is
one that doesn't die within 5 minutes. One that doesn't die within 5 minutes.
That's another thing. I'm looking forward to finally having a female Turian that is actually a proper companion and not a hey, this is what they look like, now they die thing. Because
you like female Turians? Well, you can't have one.
No, you don't.
But yeah,
You want to get to know this character on a deep level? No. You don't get that.
That's a whole nother topic about how shit that DLC was. But anyway, What was
So
I saying?
my other, sorry.
Sorry. No, go ahead.
Did you finish your thought? Okay.
Yeah. The other part of that question is like, what companion, but has yet to be revealed. So like, you can start speculating what sort of companion do you want to see to complete the lineup.
I know exactly.
Go ahead, Gavin.
I remember a couple of months ago, I was reading an article on the Mass Effect wiki, and it was like about this race of bird people who kind of work similar to the Quarians. They have like their own kind of spacesuits. I can't remember for the life of me what they're called, but I thought that would have been really interesting. Like, kind of like a different take on like, basically they couldn't breathe outside of their environment, and they built their own kind of suits. But they were like they were like literally like giant bird people that couldn't breathe like oxygen, and they literally built like these giant like mech suits. They're basically bred for like, if you'd see one, you'd think they're bred for combat, but they're actually like very like isolated, and I thought they would be really cool to see. I'll look for it now, but if someone else wants to bring that up. Someone else wants to take over from that.
Where is that from?
It was a Mass Effect wiki. I was looking up like the different races, like the Volus and like all that stuff, and I just happened upon it, and I thought it was really interesting.
If in addition to answer the question, in addition to Andromeda races, if they had to put in another character that was of the Milky Way races, I am sick and tired of Volus not getting any love combat-wise, because Volus are said to be very not combative creatures. They're more of the merchants, which is why I'm like, well, I want to see an actual combat Volus that doesn't
play the multiplayer.
Wait, you can actually have a Volus in multiplayer?
I'm pretty sure you can play multiplayer, play a Volus in
I did not know that. Okay, I think they might have added in later because I really wanted to see that to happen, or even better, an L-Core, because they get to have cannons on their backs.
I'm still so salty about that in that side quest in Mass Effect 3 being a fucking just scan this planet fetch quest and not actually get down. Just imagine the set piece you could have of like two or three Elka just like slowly climbing up a rock, and there's like these giant cannons just
these
boom.
Cannons. Yes.
Like just Reapers being blasted apart by these things. It would have been so cool.
Loved to see that.
No, they were just being some wanky little shits and wouldn't give us the goods.
This is why I love having Dark on the panel.
I found a name for the race there, the Raloi? The Raloi, I believe. And like their deal was off of like my really shitty rant off of Dark's amazing one. Essentially what their kind of story was, what they were when they tried to make like a peace with like the humans and the council. When they entered the Citadel, like as soon as they got off the ship, dropped dead. We're like, all right, we're not going near any other of the races. They are specific. I think it says they're a race in Andromeda as well. They have it right here. You could meet bird people. Sorry.
Anyone else wanted to answer the question and about how they would like to see the rest of the squad filled out?
Sure.
Maybe race-wise?
Race-wise, human.
Another human? Okay.
Yeah. An older female, maybe. Something like a female version of... you guys remember that General Oleg Petrovsky in Omega DLC?
Oh.
Like a tactician, an elder woman tactician.
Someone that will fulfill your MILF dream.
Yes.
In the
There's someone... Cassandra or Cassie, maybe? I don't know.
Hey, if he gets to have Cassandra, I want Cullen on my squad too. If he gets to have Cassandra.
Everybody wants Space Cullen.
Yeah, yes, an older female would be nice.
Space Cullen.
Space Templars. Oh yes.
I'd like to answer my own question, if that's okay.
Sure, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually would like a cat on the squad, but how they join up is that they join up somewhere like later on in the game, and you had to win them over because they start the game antagonizing you. So, and I think that's like a good storytelling element, how they can segue into the whole conflict, and then how they can introduce this new alien species into your squad. So how it's going to be written out and how they develop it, it's a lot, but I would like to see that sort of thing play out as a backstory as well.
I hope that the Kett are not actually this black and white race where they are, for the majority of them, antagonistic towards Ryder and friends, because I don't know. It doesn't sit well with me when you paint the entire race with the same brush and say no, like having all this entire race is against you. That I don't know. That kind of to me that's.
I really doubt it. I really doubt it's going to happen.
Yeah, it
they
worked
already
with the Geth and the Reapers and the Collectors because they had like this collective mind.
Yeah,
but even then, the Geth the Geth were bros.
There you go.
And they already did that with the Batarians. Like meeting a friendly Batarian was like super rarity and always just a very basic NPC.
Right.
Like, I think the Batarian most people remembers is that guy shouting in Mass Effect 2 like, "You are a blight on the galaxy, humans."
Yeah.
Like the crazy ranter guy.
The Vorcha too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to see a Batarian or Vorcha companion in it. I think that would be really cool, and just to give them a bit their people a bit more influence in the stories. Because I think you can having it a different Vorcha companion than the ones you usually have, C, who are mercenaries, might be kind of interesting, or even just Batarian, same manner.
Batarian Vorcha. If anybody wants to audition for Mass Effect campaign, tabletop campaign season 2, Hark really wants Vorcha and Batarians in that
I've already
campaign.
written a backstory. I've got a full backstory written.
Good.
I've already done it.
FYI, so
we shall tear you apart.
There you go.
We.
You sound like Malik. You sound like you sound like Cogs with a cold.
He sounds like evil Cogs.
Smeagol.
Satan Smeagol. Yes.
Evil Cogs.
Anyone else?
Was there any
precious.
Before we move on to the next topic.
Oh, I wanted to.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I think I read somewhere that the pilot of the Tempest is going to be a Salarian.
Yeah, I think the pilot is Solarian.
I can see that. That'd be cool.
Also,
can I kick him out of the seat and take control myself?
I don't know, but
I mean, you can reallocate your skills. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, let's put in the pilot skill. There you go. I'm sorry. What were you saying, Astra?
Oh, I was wondering if, because I think the Collectors were a race that was annihilated before, but I was wondering if we could find Collectors that weren't transformed by the Reapers in there?
Protheans.
Somewhere?
Right, Protheans.
Oh, yeah, we were the Protheans. I mean, maybe some Protheans were able to escape, and we could find some of them.
Like Javik?
I mean,
this is where I
didn't. They were your race, but in the end, they tried to hide. So I guess it would be reasonable to think that they would try to hide in. I mean, if the humans were able to think it.
I think it would be super cool if during the Protheans' time, they too thought up of an Andromeda initiative, and they too sent an arc as well to Andromeda. I think that would be a pretty interesting little twist, personally.
I am just personally gonna be, maybe this is where I'm the unpopular one, but I really didn't like the addition of Javik to Mass Effect 3.
Now,
I think it's really
joined-
cool that they it gives a really cool backstory insight into the Protheans, but I didn't think it was implemented in a good way. It felt off-putting to me that it was sort of tacked on and not a proper the fact that it was DLC and not a proper part of the game was really weird.
Mm. Did you think they did a better job with Kasumi and gosh, I forgot the other guy's name.
Yeah.
You know who I'm talking about.
I think they did a better job with them. Yeah, Saeed, yes. I think they did a vastly better job with them because they, as their race, isn't this super lore important thing that is the fact that the Protheans survived is from a lore perspective insane, and that is just some minor DLC mission with nothing that really adds more to the main story about it is I really didn't like that. It felt like it should have been a full-on part of the story that you find this lost Prothean and then he is super important to the story. But if they do a better job of it, that would be cool. But so far, I don't. I'd rather that since we are actually going to a different galaxy, that they stop with the whole Prothean fixation that they've been through the other games.
Anyone else before we move on to the next topic? Who has not brought up a topic but would like to bring up a topic? Anyone? I think that Malik has. Go ahead, Gary.
I just wanted to ask, because I joined a bit late, but did anyone start the topic about the Paragon Renegade thing that they're revamping?
No, nobody has actually. That's a good one to talk about. So yes, they're doing away with Paragon and Renegade, which I think is a smart move because if you wanted a more complex writer who wasn't just one or the other, you didn't get punished. They didn't want to punish people for having a more diverse.
That's the thing with my recent Mass Effect 2 playthrough. I played Paragade, mainly Renegade, but with Paragon in, and it meant that at the end I wasn't able to get enough points of either to convince either Tali or Legion to stand down. So I was stuck with a character that wasn't loyal to the mission at the end.
Yeah.
Just because I wanted to have my character to be more than just the angry I shoot stuff.
Right.
Yeah, that's I totally agree. Because sometimes you just want to put down the foot, and not be goody two shoes.
Right.
Yeah. And you can do that by not being evil. But you couldn't really do that. I mean, evil, it's either you're talking down with sweet words, or you pull your gun on him and try to kill him and his family. And it's whoa, dude. So I think it's really nice that they're going away with this and making it more dynamic and organic, just like they're doing with the relationships right now.
Yeah.
So totally, yeah.
I think the Renegade Paragon thing tied too much to certain endings or options or narratives as well. It really wasn't that complex in the end. It was pretty structured, and you couldn't get certain endings which would have made more sense one way or another if you just didn't have enough Paragon or Renegade points accumulated. So, yeah.
It's going to be so much easier to roleplay as well.
Yeah, but if they are implementing a more organic system, then wouldn't that also mean new devices to manipulate the narrative to multiple options or endings as well?
Maybe. Missy, did you want to respond to that?
I was just going to chime in with the Paragon and Renegade thing. It made the whole system very gamey, and it took you out of the immersion a lot. Most of I've always played my Shepherd as whatever everyone's been calling Paragade, because she's mostly good at two shoes, but she can slap someone over the face if she gets angry with them. So that was really annoying that sometimes you just didn't get enough points because you chose something that went against the main path that you were going in that general direction. So
the interrupts are still there. They're just not Paragon and Renegade interrupts.
Yeah.
I think you saw an example of one in the trailer.
I like the interrupts. Like they gave a more dynamic feel to the conversation system.
I just want to make sure that if they do interrupts, that just because you see an interrupt, it seemed like in the Mass Effect games, doing an interrupt almost seemed like you really should do this because you get a better outcome if you do the interrupt. Depending on whether or not you're a Paragon or a Renegade. So I'm hoping that just because you see an interrupt on the screen doesn't necessarily mean that it's in your best interest or that you want to do the interrupt. So hopefully, it's not an automatic, oh, if I press this, then something good will happen.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I'd like for the interrupts to be diverse in that effect.
I think it's the design of the interrupts. Every time I missed one, it felt like
you missed
something.
something.
I missed something. Yeah. I hated that.
Gavin?
Just what you were saying on the interrupts, if in the trailer there was a female rider interrupted like this guard who like pulled out a gun on her. And what I really liked about that scene is in Mass Effect 3, if you'd done the Renegade option, if you disarmed it, Shepard would have, the person who was talking to Shepard would have just been like, you did that, and no consequences. But in this one, if I remember correctly, the planet they're landing on, there was a little brief introduction for it, and it said there were two warring factions on this world, and it showed Ryder going to meet one of them, and instantly when she done the interrupt, she got a ramification for that by that leader not talking to her. She was just get out of my room, and I kind of like that. Where Mass Effect 3 would have taught you to instantly press that button, Mass Effect Andromeda is no, you've got to think things through. You can't just be taking guns off of people.
Unless you're David.
You pointed the gun at my face. So I'm gonna take that gun every time.
That's what I would do too.
Okay.
So David, I have a question for you personally. When you make your rider, is your rider going to have green armor?
Yes.
Okay. So I didn't know if you were going to have a unique color for rider versus your Shepard, or if you were just going to stick to green.
No. All green.
Keep pink forever.
Does that mean you are possibly thinking about let's playing Mass Effect Andromeda?
Maybe. Maybe.
Wing,
Not saying
wing.
anything definitely.
Okay. You saw it, you heard it right here, folks.
You heard it here first.
now you have to do it, David.
Inclusion is going to Let's Play Andromeda and 100% the game.
No, 150% there.
Yes.
We'll see.
And anything else? Now that I put David on the spot. Anything else?
David Anderson, the completionist.
Yes. Malik, I think you had more topics to discuss. What other topic would you like to discuss?
My topic is maybe the most anti-Andromeda we're gonna get today, and that is is how. What are your feelings about them actually writing themselves into such a big corner with the original trilogy that they had to send you to a different galaxy in order to set a new game in this universe? We have a vast, interesting universe of characters and species in the Milky Way galaxy, but we have to abandon that due to how they decided to end Mass Effect 3.
I think I saw Gavin raise his hand up first, and then David.
Oh no, I had I just remembered a question I was going to ask you.
Oh, okay. David, go ahead and respond to Malik.
Sure. I always thought as Mass Effect as this really big epic storyline with the fate of the galaxy at hand. So anything less than the ending we got would have been disappointing for me because I wanted to be galaxy changing. So,
I don't mind Galaxy changing, but I mean more the way that it was pick a color thing and then them via their the way they did it with synthesis control and destroy, it would have such a massive impact on the galaxy that it's practically impossible for them to set anything in the Milky Way post 2186.
yeah.
So I mean more what are your feelings on them in that way forcing you out of the Milky Way when there's still so much interesting stuff about that to explore? We never actually got to the Turian homeworld. We only got to the moon, and we never got to the Volus or the Elcor or so many places that they have set up as these interesting places and stuff. But we're just never gonna get there.
What you're saying is if at the end of Dragon Age Inquisition they just made it impossible to return back to Thetis, and therefore you never got to explore the Ravani, or you never got to explore Tevinter. That's what you meant.
Yes. Exactly.
Okay, so I'm going to continue that answer, and I'm personally very fine with that because I want a definite ending. I want a okay, this is story, and we're gonna cut it short here, and we're wrapping it up now. It's not gonna be any more exploring here. You've done your part. We told Shepard's story, even though it's a big, massive galaxy.
But I mean, you could play in the Milky Way as someone other than Shepard. At this point, then why is Andromeda a Mass Effect game and not a Star Trek Andromeda or Star Wars Andromeda or something like that?
Let David finish his point. Yeah. Go ahead, finish your point.
It's like I said before, because I wanted this big epic ending that made a nice finale, wrap things up, and that's it. Yeah, I think that's it.
Misty, go ahead.
I just want to bring up, because I think it's actually sort of a good thing, because as David said, I'm with him on that. Mass Effect has always been this. It's not been less about the universe and the whole thing as Mass Effect. It's just been Shepard's journey to saving the galaxy. And to me, I think it's kind of good that they're leaving that open, because it opens up for a lot more things for us fans, because we can do whatever we want with the universe now. We're not tied into what BioWare thinks is canon. Now we can make our own canon, we can do whatever with it, and I think that's a good thing.
Astra and then Carlo. Go ahead, Astra.
I think that when they put on the table to make a continuation of the game, I mean, in the same universe, they write a lot of ideas of things they could do to continue, and they happen to pick this one. But that doesn't mean that in the future we would be able to go back and visit the other places. Also, I think that I saw a video and someone was interviewing a writer, and they said, how do you feel about not having to tie everything from the previous games to the next one? And he said, oh, it's the best thing that happened to my life. It gave me back years of my life, something like that. So it reached a point where adding all the things that happened before to the game, and that ends up hurting the game. So I think that it would be okay to give them the benefit of the doubt and appreciate this game for what it is. So yeah, I think they will be they would, yeah.
Go ahead, Carlo.
I'm gonna have to go after I give my answer, but like on that leaving the Milky Way unexplored. Yes, I think it's rather unfortunate, and I haven't even played I've only played a little bit of the Mass Effect trilogy, so I'm going into Andromeda really new. Andromeda is like my endpoint, but I think from what I've been told from a lot of my friends who have played the game, yes, kind of wish that you could see more of these other home worlds that your companions came from, but on the other hand, you have the ability to start on a clean slate, so you don't have to, like, the writers aren't so much, like, tied up with with the original trilogy. So the Shepard's story is finished. Now it's like Ryder's turn in the Sun to just do whatever. But
Yeah,
that's my piece. So I can't really say any more than with the limited sort of knowledge that I have of the series. But I'm excited for Andromeda. Yeah, exactly.
Just what I'm thinking about it all is that you could even with the way they tied it all up in 3.
Yeah.
If they had done it differently, they could have made it so that you could have another story in the Milky Way without having Shepard's story necessarily affected that much. If you have a definite canon ending, you can continue the story without having to regard everything that happens in the trilogy.
Like having
like
having the option to explore the Milky Way more.
Like
having that open at least.
That is something that is why I am a little bit on the fence about them actually making another Mass Effect game compared to another just a new sci-fi series.
I see what you're getting at.
I totally understand what Malik is saying, because while I was perfectly cool with the Mass Effect 3 ending, at the same time I agree that I am disappointed in that we don't have the luxury of exploring all of the other worlds that he was talking about. I would have loved to have gone to the Elcor homeworld or the Hanar homeworld. So I totally will agree with him on that front, because I think there's so much story that could be told. And I know that in the Dragon Age series, by comparison, the writers of Dragon Age have already said that the series of Dragon Age, the idea is it's not telling the story of a single hero or person, it's the story of that world. Whereas in Mass Effect, it's the other way around. It's more about the story of the person, not so much the story of the world, even though, at least for the first 3 games, the state of the world, I guess, gets saved and goes from one to another. But then again, yes, it's more of an emphasis on the state of the world based on your Shepard and your Shepard's action decisions. So I don't know, I think it's interesting that those 2 IPs are flipped, in that this one is mostly about the story of the world and this one is more about the story of the person. So I kind of understand that. I don't know if that helps at all, but that's how I see the differences between those 2 franchises. Anyone else? Oh, go ahead, Astra.
I also think that ties with the being able to only control your main character in Mass Effect and being able to control all the characters, your companions too, in the Dragon Age series. That one is about the world, and one is this is your character and this is the story. You pick what happens with it.
The other way I kind of see it too is that they could have easily have made, when they made Mass Effect, they could have easily have just made a fictional galaxy entirely. Like, it didn't have to have been the Milky Way galaxy. It could have just been an entirely different, it could have been Andromeda. They could have had the Mass Effect series be in Andromeda. So I think that since they decided to make it the Milky Way galaxy and then did their trilogy and now they're moving on to Andromeda, I guess I'm more forgiving about that. I think that's okay, because now they're in Andromeda and they could have told the story in Andromeda the entire time. Now it's 3 games later that they're doing that. That's probably not the way that they had planned it or the way they were seeing it, but I guess that's a little bit another reason why now that they're in Andromeda, if they're going to make future Mass Effect games, it probably will be based in Andromeda now, is my thought.
I think that's what they've been at least hinting at, that if they were going to continue making Mass Effect games, they were the continuation of whatever story they build in Andromeda.
Right, exactly.
Anyway,
And-
I'm gonna get going now.
All right, Carlo. Thank you so much.
Bye.
All right, thank you.
Goodbye.
Thanks for hanging out with us, Carlo. It was good to have you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll see you again.
See ya. Anybody else want to respond to Malik's topic? Okay. Does anybody else in the panel at all who wants to bring up a topic?
I actually had like. Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Gavin.
No, I was just thinking there that were you as like everyone here obviously has a great affinity for the Mass Effect games, but would you if they worked on really good like Mass Effect games for the next while, would you think you would get bored, or would you want them to work on one of their other series or start something new? Like I said there in like the group chat, like I really wanted would love to see like a return to the one of their older games, not very well known, Jade Empire, which I've only played once, but it's one of my favorite games. I would love to see something like that, but it seems a lot of people are just kind of really want more Mass Effect. So, like, how would you feel about that?
Go ahead, Gary.
The decision probably is more economical decision. If people do want something more, they're more likely to develop it. Unless they can really refresh it, bringing back an older IP is a bit more of a risk. Even if I love it, even if I enjoy playing it, they spend way too much time hyping up their other IPs like Mass Effect. They're even keeping the name because they're trying to keep it in the same reality, not the same universe, but the same reality, and then they break it up from there. So as much as I'd love for them to redevelop even something older, they may not have put in enough time or effort. So who knows though?
Misty, go ahead.
It's a good point about that. It's a big risk to do a new IP, which is this ties in with the previous question as well, because probably the reason that Andromeda is a Mass Effect game is probably in part because they already have an established set of aliens and characters and that kind of stuff that they can build on. And it would be dangerous and very hard to get investors with a new IP. Yeah, it's just... all I want really is for them to make good stories, because that's what they're good at. Good characters and good stories, and that's what I want out of it. And if it's a new IP, I'm all for that, because I love discovering new things. If it's one of their older IPs, I would be all for that as well, because I know they usually craft good stories. But yeah, it's all about risk for them, and now that they're under EA and Activision and that kind of stuff, it's just they're not going to be able to take as many risks as they might have done previously.
You want good stories and characters that you actually want to romance. Yes, those are yes.
I just want to romance a sexy ninja. That's all I want.
I just want
Oh, Krem is awesome. Krem is very
Maybe
good.
romance more than one sometimes. I don't know.
I was going to ask about that, but David, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that they do have a new IP on the way.
They do, yes.
So let's see how that goes.
They have a new IP on the way, and they're I know that they've been working on it. There was a very recent, and by recent I mean I think within the last week, less than a week ago, there was a interview with Aaron Flynn. I think it's through IGN. You can probably search it right now, where he mentions the IP that they're making. He didn't really give any details as to what it was, but he mentioned that they're actively working on it. Jade Empire. There was an interview last year, I believe, where Jade Empire sequel was talked about.
They also recently cancelled another new IP multiplayer game. So what I'm curious about, if they might pull an Overwatch and take assets from this cancelled project and use that for their new game.
That is interesting. That actually is an interesting thought. Yes. Did Anyone else want to talk about that specific topic before we get to David? Because I think David had a topic too.
Yes.
Go ahead, David.
All right. So there's been a lot of talk about how Andromeda is going to be compared to Inquisition because of the open worldliness.
Yes. Yes.
There were a few very good quotes in the Game Informer articles about this.
Mm-hmm.
I was a bit worried because I was not a huge fan of the open world in Inquisition. Mainly, like, running around and suddenly there's a quest hub with 10 quests, and I'm like, I just finished the other 20. But it seems like, I'm not sure if this is more of a question or more of a commentary, but it seems like they have learned from that. Because
really?
In this article, they say that they want to all the places you go to, they want them to be memorable, and they actually have to cut things out because things didn't get memorable. They became routine. So, and even the side quests seem to be things that can add more depth to the critical path. So hopefully they have learned from that. I'm just wondering what you guys think about open worldliness and what do you want from Andromeda when it comes to open world?
Very good question. I saw Malik first and then Misty.
I'm at this point starting to get very much over open world games. There's only been one in like the past few years that I've found really interesting, and that was Witcher 3 in the way that it did its open world. I hope that BioWare will have looked at that and like learned from that. I wouldn't mind if they like steal Arm and Fist ideas in that way they made that open world, because the open world in Inquisition was so bland, in my opinion, like so full of emptiness, and like I really hope they do away with the respawning enemies, like because clearing out an area only for you to like twist the camera around and then the group is walking back in was really awkward for me. It really pulled me out of the game.
Misty?
Yeah, I have to agree, because this is what has made me not as hyped about Andromeda as I usually am about Mass Effect things, because I still have not finished Inquisition because I can't deal with this open world, because I'm the type of player, I want the story, and I'm a completionist, so I want to explore everything. And that's just not possible with Inquisition because of the open worldness, and it drives me nuts because it's like, oh no, I want to explore, but oh my gosh, there's 3 more things on this map, and that's, I'm really scared that will happen in Andromeda.
Yeah.
Because at the same time, as I said, I love exploring, so I'm really hyped because exploration, but I haven't found a game that has done that well in forever.
I mentioned this exact same point in my Enderall Let's Play, in that one of the things that turned me off from, say, Skyrim, for example, and its open worldiness is I'm also a completionist as well. I want to see everything, experience anything in the game, but if the game is so huge, then that's overwhelming for a completionist like me, because then it becomes more of a chore, because there's this part of me that wants to see everything, but if the game is so huge that I can't see everything within a reasonable amount of time, that's where I start to turn off. And I agree with both David and Misty and Malik that the open worldiness is something that I didn't ask for, nor did I want in my BioWare games, and I understand why they were put into this game, because I think they're trying to cater to a wider audience. But see, that's the trap that a lot of game developers fall into, is that they're trying so hard to cater to a much wider audience that they start to alienate the loyal fans who supported the game in the beginning, and so there's a balancing act, and it's a tough call because you want them to succeed, and by succeed I mean you want them to make money. I mean, there's a lot of people involved. You need to pay the developers, you need to pay the writers, you need to pay the animators so that they can make more games. But at the same time, you want to come out with a game that a specific audience will appreciate. So, you're doing this a lot. I'm sorry, was it Malik and then Gavin? I think it's Malik and then Gavin. Oh,
it was Gavin first.
Gavin and
No,
then Malik.
first if you want, man. I don't mind.
No, go first. I've been talking half the time here.
Go ahead, Gavin,
Cool.
and then Malik.
You've got such a beautiful voice, though.
I know. I'm just.
Listen, we'll do the flirting off of the stream, okay? Now, what I would really like from Mass Effect Andromeda is, since it's like very like exploration based, which is like different from Shepard's mission, which was very much like a soldier's mission, go to this specific area, do this. What I would like from would be kind of like have like a story building up in the background of like you, but for the most part, it's kind of like planet hopping kind of thing. Slightly linear, but then it starts to go out a bit more. Like you'll go onto a planet, and then there'll be like a specific situation there, and you may not be able to explore the whole planet, just maybe certain areas where like that specific story is set, and like you have to resolve the conflict one way or another. And then after you do that, you go to the next planet or whichever like destination you want to, and there's like this small area you can go into, and then there's side areas, and you resolve the conflict there, and then the story builds up, and you build up allies and recruits and like that kind of thing. That's how I would really like Andromeda to be played.
I just want them to focus properly on like what they want to do with the game, and not like Inquisition had the big problem that it didn't know what kind of game it wanted to be. Like it was like open world, but like super deep story, but you can just ditch the story whenever you want. It's like, and
I didn't like the open world in Inquisition.
No. Another thing that game developers often, like, that's the big thing that Hug was talking about, game developers falling into the trap is they fall into the trap of, okay, this thing is popular when they start, oh shit, right now open worlds are like super popular, so we all gotta make open world games. And then like they start developing all these games, and then like it's now 3 or 4 years later, and everything has moved on. Like 3 years ago, everything was zombies, and now when zombie games are coming out, we're all just like, oh my god, go away.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Anna and her boyfriend is being very cute.
You really had to point that out.
I love embarrassing my friends.
Speaking of really cute, David, did you want to say anything?
Oh, I think it would be there.
I'm trying to win you back away from Kevin, but I don't think it's gonna work.
Sorry, man.
No, I know. I love Kevin too. But anyway, that's okay. I have Logan. It's all right.
Okay.
I got Logan. But anyway, anyone else want to say anything about that topic? It's a good topic. All right. Any other topics that people want to bring up to the table at all?
How about maskless Quarians? I mean, it's a tech in Andromeda, and you can have a maskless Quarian as a current companion. Oh, that would be so awesome. Just a side note.
Lore-wise, somebody explained lore-wise that Quarians are most likely not going to be involved in the Andromeda initiative because of the fact that their immune systems are so fragile,
especially
that making that 600-year-long trip, it probably would not be something that most Quarians would sign up for unless they're really, really ambitious, I guess.
I mean,
so that's...
they one of the things they do is go on the pilgrimage to get new things to bring back. So I guess maybe there is some reason for them to go to Andromeda, just as a hope of finding some of them there.
But they'll have to come back.
Yeah.
And they're
maybe
good techies.
it's a it's the possibility of being able to save their species because they are dying. Like if they don't get a home planet, they will slowly just die due to their like weak immune systems.
I just want to see a Korean kiss on camera was once.
I'm still like I will say it like how much that BioWare hyped it up and then just never delivered on it was bullshit. Sure, we get to see like one single vignette of Tali without her mask on in like the epilogue, extended epilogue, but other than that,
There is a photo, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, kind of.
Kind of a photo.
I just wanna. Oh.
Yeah. Well,
An older, maybe like 35, 40.
What's with you and the
admiral
girls, man?
or captain, tech savvy.
35, 40 isn't old.
Oh yeah, yes. Oh, well, older than me.
David's allowed to have his fetishes. It's okay.
David, aren't you like 62?
I'm almost 40.
I'm 36. Thank you very much.
For David, you either have to be, you know, like an older female, you know, soldier, paragon soldier, or a younger brunette male with glasses, like with a penchant for Templarisms. That seems like that's the type.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, they don't have to be older. They just have to be, you know, mature.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yes.
disciplined.
That's true.
So a 20-year-old Solarian is just your thing.
Oh yeah. No, so that is no, maybe not.
I mean, come on, look at the Dalatrash. She's like,
They all look
right
the same
over there.
thing, so I'm like, okay.
but there are some races that have lower lifespans. How would that work with those?
Oh.
I mean,
Well, yeah. For a while.
but then does that mean that an Asari have to be like 900 years old before you would be interested?
Oh, okay, me like that. Oh, okay. Well, I'm primarily into humans. Corn's
So
okay.
our
I mean-
big blue tentacle aliens aren't something for you?
No, I mean,
Humanoid.
again, it's all okay. Okay, guys, let's get this straight out. It's all more about the personality and the matureness than the age. However, more elderly, older women seem to be not elderly, but older women seem to be more mature and disciplined. Oh my God, this is gonna be.
Cougars are hot. I'm just gonna say.
I'm not into like.
Listen, just ask
I'm
Elder.
gonna edit this video afterwards.
You're all horrible.
It's
all of the
too late
dates.
for that. It's too late for
You
that,
make it
Harik.
so
It's already
easy.
been on the internet. It's
Just
like
ask
Elder
Elder for a mature woman.
people have seen this. They know.
I'm gonna edit this into like, you know, David's own personal like dating video. Like, I enjoy long walks on the beach and elderly women.
Yeah, I enjoy long walks on the beach and elderly women.
I enjoy Law and Order.
Yeah.
Yes.
Please discipline me.
If you serve the God Emperor of mankind, it is a big turn.
Okay. Sorry, we're getting off topic. We're getting off topic here. Mike, did you have a new topic you wanted that you're dying to express as you are sitting there with your garb, your Christmas garb?
Santa Shogun. I'm sorry. I'm gonna drop that.
No, please.
Santa Shogun, yes.
Santa Shogun would like to ask: has anyone talked about how the ship system yet?
Oh.
Exploration.
Which kind of ship? The shipping or the shipping?
Yeah. The ship or the shipping?
Yeah, we have discussed. I feel like the topics of shipping has been discussed in full
no.
length, Tally
No,
forever.
not at all. We're not done yet. I was about to ask another shipping question, but go ahead.
Oh, well then, please.
No, we'll talk
I
about
can
the
wait.
ship
Okay,
question.
no. The Tempest, from
The
what we've
Tempest.
seen, they said, "Oh, you get to fly the Tempest." From what I've seen, it's just like the same that you get to fly in the Normandy and Mass
It's
Effect
a
2 and 3.
It's a
It,
free skin
it-
Normandy.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you get to actually fly the Tempest in any way. You're just clicking and moving it around.
I was hoping for maybe getting to fly a fighter, like have your own custom cruiser or something.
That shit would have been awesome. But
my Tempest.
Fighter ship.
I don't think BioWare will do that.
Well, I mean,
okay.
is that something you want to be able to do to fly the? Because I just feel like if you do that, then it'll take longer to go from planet to planet. Because I'm sort of reminded of for me the annoying gummy ships in between Kingdom Hearts when you're like flying.
But like Kingdom Hearts 2 does it so awesomely.
It does.
I wanted to skip past those parts so much.
Like,
I just need to the next world already.
I will agree that in like in some to some extent those kind of parts could be bad, but they have legit come out and said that you will get to control the Tempest. So I'm like, okay, then you better let me control the Tempest and not just this
mini map.
Fair enough.
Yeah, if they like.
I don't want to fly from I don't want to fly from planet to planet. I just want, like when you see Joker flying in for Grissom Academy, making a flyby pass, dropping off Shepard and team, and taking out a couple Cerberus cruisers. I want that. I don't want to flying through space or navigating an asteroid field. I want the action set pieces of the Normandy breaking through the Tempest, breaking through the barricade.
Right. Because the other thing I'm reminded of is now that I'm playing Final Fantasy 15, I'm at least at the point in the game where I'm driving the regalia everywhere. Like if I want to go from point A to B, I have to physically drive there. And
well, you can auto drive it. You
can auto drive it, but even when you auto drive it, you still have to watch as the car drives to that location. It doesn't like automatically, fast travel unless
am I wrong to assume that like they're using those sequences for like character build-up, and character interactions?
Which would be fine if it actually happened a lot more often, because now it feels like the elevators in Mass Effect 1 at the moment.
I was just about to say that.
I already said it in my Let's Play, so I'm allowed to say it again.
I haven't watched any of that because I'm still waiting for my copy to arrive.
No, don't watch it unless you actually want to get spoiled. So
I don't.
But I mean, that's what it reminded me of. As at the moment, it's starting to get old. I'm hoping that there won't be more of that, but I'm worried that it's just going to be more driving and more driving.
The first half of the game is going to be this open world explore stuff, and then the second half is going to be the more focused, direct linear story stuff in Final Fantasy. That is not Mass Effect. Please.
Yes, I hope so. Sorry to get off game topic, but yes, the ship, the Tempest, the galaxy map is coming back. I don't know again what the system is going to be to go from planet to planet. But what they said is going to happen, which I think is going to be cool, is that you can actually see, at least maybe like through the external windows, the approach to the planet. So when you actually land or are landing onto planet A, you actually see the planet like coming towards you from the cockpit of the ship. That's what I read is going to happen, similar to the trailer when you saw Daddy Ryder flipping the different things on the galaxy map, and you actually zoom into the different planets. So I think that would be a cool effect.
The new loading
that might be
screen.
the new loading screen, yeah.
As long as it's not No Man's Effect, then it's fine with me.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, fuck that game.
Other thoughts on the ship?
Well, again...
Go ahead.
Well,
Mike, go ahead.
I preferred the Mass Effect 1 way, where you could actually like go from the different levels of the ship, but that's just me. me. The different docks will be fine, and I would like to see space combat, but again, it's not necessary. And I mean actual space combat, like the Call of Duty Jackal. Jackal, I know.
Or like the Star Wars Battlefront combat.
So that was bullshit. Okay, Star Wars Battlefront is a shit game. I'm gonna say now it has bad game mechanics, especially the flying.
Whoa! The flying is.
No.
Anything? I shouldn't have said anything.
Okay,
So
what I mean
sorry.
is, okay, no, it's not a shit game. It has just compared to the older game, it has
I missed my
so
target.
many things missing.
Okay. All right, guys, come on. Let's refocus again. Refocus. Finish. Let Malik finish. Go ahead, Malik. Finish your point.
Yeah, what I just want to say is that if they are going to implement a fighter combat system, I want it to be done properly, and not like a bare bones, not a bare bones system like something in Star Wars Battlefront, where the flying really is bare bones compared to I just
Call of
want
Duty
them to
Jackal did it really. Jackal sections did it really well.
Yeah,
Well, it was
exactly.
like actual space combat.
Make
And
it
you
so
actually
that
have
you
control.
actually have the full on don't just add it for the sake of adding it, but add it properly. It's what I want.
Yeah, I agree, and that's all I wanted to say. And sorry, David, I didn't mean to mute you.
Oh, it's
I was
on.
aiming for Dark.
You can unmute yourself, David.
Yeah, David, I can
Tension
unmute.
between you two.
No, David is. Oh, poor David.
I'm sorry, David. Please accept my love.
And his Christmas cheer.
He accepts nobody's love except for Kevin.
Christmas is forgiveness, David. We must all learn to forgive and.
Yes,
All right. Okay. okay. Guys, refocus. Anything else about the Tempest, please? While. Okay.
Well,
anyways,
about the Tempest itself, I like that there are going to be no loading screens in it. Finally, because at the end, especially in Mass Effect 2, the fact that you have to wait for a 30-second loading screen, just go from deck to deck, is
I think infuriating is the word you're looking for.
yes.
To put it nicely. Anything else about the Tempest? Okay. I wanted to. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Astra.
Astra.
Oh, I think I heard somewhere that they are putting an emphasis in you start from zero there, so everything you build up goes. You have to work for it. So I think it will be cool. So if you can add things to your ship, not only building weapons and such. Yeah, that's it.
Since we were talking about shipping earlier, if you don't mind indulging me, I wanted to go back into the topic of romances again, because I think.
Ask.
What did you say, Tark?
Never mind.
Okay. Because do you guys think that they should focus on areas of the romance feature that they haven't explored before? And here's an example. Someone, I think they might have mentioned it jokingly, but I think that if it was something that they were to introduce in the Mass Effect games, they might be able to introduce it in a way that would be interesting and would be, well, I guess hard to program. But the idea of being able to romance multiple partners in sort of a polyamorous relationship. It kind of skirted a little bit with that in Origins, but it was very shallow. And maybe what they would do here is that if you were to go into such a type of relationship, that there would be 2, maybe 3 characters only, and maybe you could only do 2 out of those 3 during a playthrough, just so that the programming of that wouldn't be ridiculous. But I don't know. What are your thoughts on that sort of an option? Or do you think that that would just not really belong in this game? Malik, go ahead.
I think it would be very hard to do properly.
Mm-hmm.
Because that sort of relationship is very complicated, and adding that onto top of everything is hard.
Mm-hmm.
I will say I liked the way that Fallout 4 did it, with where it's just, okay, you romance this person, and then you can also romance another, and there's no drama and nothing. It's just there. But they still, like, in that game, okay, sure, you can have 2 girlfriends, but those 2 girlfriends don't ever like interact in a romantic sense. Which I know that BioWare would have them do if they did.
Okay. Misty?
I sort of touched upon that when I played Dragon Age 2, because I started romancing Isabella, and I liked her because you'd never really break it off. But then I started going after Meryl when I found her, and Isabella is really cool with it. And she actually mentions it when they talk, when you run places, and she actually talks to Meryl about the relationship and everything. And I thought that was really sweet, and it was actually really well done.
Because those 2 of them are close too. The 2 of them are close.
Yes, definitely.
Isabella and Meryl is the OT3. Come on.
Yeah.
The 3 of them.
They really offer me as well. But as I said, I thought that was really well done, and I was hoping that they could do something like that in the future as well. So I like the idea, and I think it would be hard to write, though, because you really need someone who has the experience to be able to get that proper, because it's an interesting dynamic.
I was thinking that to make it less complicated is if it would be 2 characters that you could not just romance one. So like if you try to advance towards character A, they're like, oh, you're interested in me. Well, I'm actually kind of seeing character B, but if you are interested, maybe the 3 of us could work something out. Because that way you wouldn't have to program just character A romance, just character B romance, and then the 3-way romance. It would just be, you get this character, you automatically get the other character, again, with consent. That might be a way to make it less complicated, is that these 2 characters are built in as the polyamorous relationship. I think I saw Astra. Was your hand up earlier, Astra?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Astra, and then Gary, and then Mike. Go ahead.
Just quickly, Ellie would like to join, I think.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'll try to send her an invite.
Oh, what I wanted to point out was that all the races romance in the same way we do. I mean, they are like. It seems kind of odd that when you try to approach someone sentimentally, if they are from other races, that the rituals, so to say, are the same one we have. So yeah, maybe there are races that are okay with it. Maybe races that are okay, that are not okay with having a polyamorous relationship. But I think that it would be cool to approach romance and such in different ways, depending the race, and not just the way we approach romance. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
I think, yeah. Sorry.
Gary, go ahead.
I think law-wise, it's been established that a couple of races do engage in not just polyamorous relationships, but sometimes cross-species relationships as well. So I don't think it's too unusual. I do think they do have the practice to write these kind of relationships. I mean, other games have already touched like approaching a couple and them involving you rather than approaching them as single people. They already have a pre-existing relationship. And it's been covered in other stories. And for them to already touch issues like this, where they even acknowledge each other in Dragon Age 2, this is just an extension, more practice for them to do it. It's not like something new. It's not like something they haven't really explored before. It's just we'd like to see them push it a little further. Now, given as we are going to be the main characters, we're going to have a little bit more control over it. I guess there will be some factors that will need to be in control of the narrative, hence only a few characters can do that. But I think at least have the option to open up a lot more explorations from a romantic point of view. I mean, we're talking about romance between different species already, so why not?
Misty?
I think that's an interesting point to bring up, that different species should and probably do romance in different ways. One thing that came to mind when you mentioned it was the fact that when you talk to Rex in, I think it's Mass Effect 3?
Yeah,
or Mass Effect 2 actually, I think it is. When you talk to him and he mentions that the females actually said that, well, we'll share all the males because we need all the offspring we can get. And he mentions it like it's no big deal. And I think that's an interesting point, because for a human, that is a big deal. And it's an interesting counterpoint. So I think it would be interesting to do, as you say, romance in different ways and explore it.
Somebody else want to say something about that topic?
Romance in general, or just...
Or it can be about romances in general, or what you want to see in romances that maybe have not been explored fully in Mass Effect. I mean, another example I can put on the table is part of the reason why so many people really love Krem from Dragon Age Inquisition. I mean, the character in of itself is great, but I would love an opportunity to get into a relationship with somebody who was transgender, just to understand that side of the LGBTQ spectrum more, because I honestly don't know enough. And I think that's one of the other reasons why I personally was gravitating towards a relationship with Krem, even though such a relationship wasn't available. So yeah, romances in general, it's pretty much open. I'm sorry, go ahead, Dark.
On that, actually, if you want to know more about transgender and stuff, go follow Laura K. Buss. She is a transgender gaming journalist and runs letsplayvideogames.com. Great, and she is awesome and amazing, and I agree. I would really love to see more explored in that aspect, and of like transgender, and especially like just like all these things that are never really explored in romances in games in general. Like usually we have the straights, the lesbians, and the gays, and then also some bisexuals, but we don't see much of all the others. There are hints of Josephine maybe being asexual in Inquisition, but it's never actually touched upon, and I would like to see more of that.
Yeah, my main argument of why it does belong in a game like Andromeda is because the whole theme of Andromeda is exploration and discovering things that is either unknown to you or you don't know much about. So I think it fits well.
Exploration.
So yeah, it fits very well when you're talking about romances. Go ahead, Gary.
Sorry, I just want to bring this up because I do live in a Muslim country, and issues like this are more sensitive. I understand if it's in the game, but if it's going to be, celebrated or pretty obvious from marketing, or it's going to be one of the highlights of the game, it would mean it's going to be more difficult to acquire, ship, or in some cases be banned from countries like mine. So
that is a good
although
point.
I love it, it depends on how they approach it in a public face as well. I'd like to know about it, but I won't know about it till it's public. But if it is public, then it means my government can shut it down, and I won't be able to see it at all. So I know it's a fine line.
Nell, would you like to introduce yourself before we continue on?
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I love your hair, by the way.
Oh, thank you. It's growing out slowly.
I like it. I like it longer, personally.
Well, the introduction, I'm Orca Templar. I remember I played the very moody Quarian in the Mass Effect game. And there's no Quarian in the next one!
Our transgender Korean. You were played our transgender Korean. Speaking of LGBTQ.
Yes. And where are you from now?
I am from the UK, so I've got like an hour and a half maybe, but...
Okay. All right. Well, we're still talking about romances. I didn't know if you had any thoughts on romances for Andromeda or not.
They have a very big guideline to hit, because they got to make something that's just as good, if not better, than Garius. I mean, I didn't play
Impossible.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're going to hit it, but still. I mean,
nothing can compare to Garrus's sweet, loving, and silky voice.
I just love it when he holds me. I just love it when he holds me.
It's just that dance scene as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or when he's trying to be all like bad boy fight, he goes, and I also kill Reapers on the sign, like.
Also, if you ever need to get drunk, I'm there for you.
Do you have any thoughts, David?
Yeah. So I've been thinking about this actually.
Okay.
And first of all, I think it's very important for gay people, transgender people, lesbian people to be heard, of course. But do we need a social commentary on this game concerning those people, those groups? Because it's like so far in the future, and it's like it should be like common. It should be like, okay, it's there. So in Dragon Age, we have with Dorian, I think was very, very well done, because he was gay and it was a big thing. But if it's not a big thing, like in Andromeda, in 600 years in the future, or how many years, even though it's cryosleep, do we need it doesn't need to be a big thing. I think that's what I'm trying to say here. Like, okay, this, and that was very well done in Inquisition as well with Krem. Like, it's not a big thing, You have a few questions like, oh, you're transgender. How does that work? And then it's like, okay, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think we've done a lot of gay and lesbian exploration in previous Bioware games. Like, okay, this character is gay, this character is lesbian. Now he's like, yeah, she is, but so what? And I think Bioware has already touched on that a little bit. So it's not a huge thing, and I think that's a good thing.
Gary and then Misty.
I was just going to say, I understand where you're coming from a narrative lore point of view. I'm sure it'd be great, but then I also know that we make it for today's players, and that story has to be approached, because I think the majority of players aren't going to be from the LGBT community, and to have them narrated in a more understanding way, it really does help. Visibility is more than just being seen. It's being able to process what you're seeing as well. So yes, I'd love for it to be the norm, the standard, you don't have to blink an eye at it, but I do know when I play it, it's also about relevance. I can relate to it. I can have enough relevance of the character. That's why I think I'm invested in it as well. Else, why be that human at all? What's humanity going to be like 600 years from now? But we have to have that point of relevance. Then I can relate. So I understand from the law point of view, but I know that it wouldn't probably mean as much.
Yeah. Let me just say that, wow, you're so eloquent, Gary. I just love listening to you speak. It's amazing.
Uh-oh. Kevin, be careful. Misty, and then, I think, and Kevin, I think Gary is globally closer to David than he is to you. Misty, and then Mike.
For me, it's like David has a point that we shouldn't make a big deal out of it, because it doesn't necessarily have to be a big deal. But I think it should still be there because I think that's what I liked about Krem so far. Because as David said, it's not a big deal, but he is there, and he is a thing. He is visible, and you get to know that yes, he is what he is, and it's not a big deal because that's just part of his personality. And I think that's fantastic because that's representation for people that hasn't been there before, because not a lot of games do this. So that's why I really hope that polyamorous thing will be a thing, and more transgender and all the other aromantic, asexual people, that kind of stuff as well, because those people need representation somewhere, and there's not a lot of that in media, and games are a big media. So I think it should be there, but it shouldn't be played as a big thing. It should just be something that exists.
Santa? Shogun? Santa Shogun?
The problem I see with the polygamy,
yes,
the polygamy
yes.
romance is Dark Side Phil and players like him. Now, before I continue, I just want to say I am subscribed to Dark Side Phil. I love him. I cannot justify it, but I do love watching. I find him funny sometimes. But Dark Side Phil and players like him, it'll be less about enjoying a complex relationship, following a a romance that you feel you could flourish. It'll be more like pimpin' Ryder out with all of his hoes.
Yeah.
In space.
I think they said that if you wanted, you would be able to do that.
And Fox had their minds explode at the mere prospect of a little skin in a scene that would make your grandmother bored. They had in Mass Effect 1, Mass Effect 3, Mass Effect Andromeda coming out with polygamous relationships. It'll be worse than oh my headache just from their ignorant arguments. Oh, the headache.
I don't think they had anything to say about it in Fallout 4, for example, but I know what you're trying to say.
Because that was just like, oh, it happened. If BioWare does it, they're going to make it a full-fledged story. They're going to flesh out everything. Everything. I mean,
free game advertisement, Mike. Free game. When they do that, that makes more people buy the game just to check it out. So it's actually good for BioWare if they do that. Stick, go ahead.
As far as I'm concerned about the LGBTQ plus stuff, I believe that by the time Mass Effect 1 even starts, which is 285, I think, is the actual starting year. I believe that by that stage, a lot of people will have come to terms with all of that. It would be more interspecies relationships that have the stigma about it. Because, from Ashley in the first game, not very many people are fond of Turians, but there are people who were born after the whole First Contact War who fell in love with a Turian, for some femme shepherds who did. As far as it goes when it comes to polygamy relationships, I don't particularly care relationship, because as long as it's between consenting adults involved in any of them, because I'm more of a singular focus myself when it comes to relationships. So it's not going to affect me all that much, but I'd like to see how they managed to do it. On YouTube a few months after the game's been out. Okay, let's see what they actually did. That kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Malik?
This is kind of similar, but a bit different. Speaking of diversity, what do you think about Mass Effect Andromeda being so white. All the human characters we've seen so far have been white people, and I don't like that.
I don't think Liam is. I think Liam is actually.
Have we actually seen his face? We haven't actually seen his face, have we? And we know he speaks with a British accent. So, I mean, he could be black and all that. They are black British people, but
I don't know. I thought I saw a picture of him where his skin was fairly dark. I thought.
Yeah, but still, like especially with the protagonist, the writers are always like they're portrayed as like the default is always white, and
so someone can easily make Ryder a black man, black woman, Latino.
But that doesn't matter. That doesn't
Asian.
matter. All the promotion of him is or her are white people.
Isn't she mixed race, or is she white?
She might be, but like.
I'm pretty sure they haven't. I'm pretty sure they haven't told us
about who. They haven't told us anything about the mother, but still, like they've told us that we are able to customize Ryder, the sibling, and the father, and that's cool. That's great. But all the promotion are still like always white people, and I'm like, what are your thoughts about?
White like the generic blank slate. It's the same.
The problem is why is white the default? Why is white the default?
Shogun, Gary has his hand up. Gary, go ahead.
Sorry, I remember reading a couple of articles when it comes to media representation as well. And obviously, the majority of the writers are going to write from experience, or at least from their context. And the context is, unfortunately, most writers is primarily white. And I'm not saying it's the reason or it's an excuse, but given if I were to write from my culture where I come from, I'm going to have the most experience writing from what is predominantly my environment. So I understand that, but it'd be great for them to bring on more, let's say, multi-diverse writers. I think that's part of the problem as well. Writers aren't exactly as diverse as we'd like, especially when it comes to one, gaming, two, writing for games. Especially narrative. So again, not so much of a problem that they're not trying, but more of a problem, where does it come from? And I don't blame them if they take it contextually. So I'd love to see more, but also maybe it's hype. Maybe the way they market it is that they feel having a white face, unfortunately, is going to sell more. Because by the time it comes over to Asia, Asia does have that ethnocentric perspective as well. You can sell a white person on the cover, but if you're going to have an Asian person, then it's only going to sell Norwegian. So I kind of have to understand that it's a world we live in. Hopefully it changes. It might over time, but right now I understand where it comes from.
Nell and then Stick. Go ahead, Nell.
Sorry, I was just trying to find my cat then. But sorry, he decided he's going to spider cat on my bed. Yeah, basically. I kind of agree with Dark that it is wrong that it seems to always be predominantly white, but if I'm correct, isn't Ryder meant to be American or British? So it's the more demographic of the area, isn't it?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. I mean, to go back as well on the sexuality thing, hopefully they do more characters of the right sexuality, different sexualities, but as long as it's not token gay. Because, like, I love Dorian, but he did have quite a slight sway of token gay.
I understand that.
Like, I really am praying that they don't do that again, because that was a little upsetting.
For Steve.
Stick, go ahead.
What I'm hoping to see out of most of the things that I've seen so far is I want to see cast on the arcs. I want to see, that they haven't just brought a predominantly white arc. I want to see, African Americans. I want to see Asians. I want to see anyone from Saudi. I want to see people from that. Due to a lot of the major populations in the world, most of them are in fact white. Facts. Most of Europe is white. So you're kind of just stuck in a case of getting to your major demographic means making them white. It's a business, as Gary has said. And I really, really hope that you can just decide at one stage on Earth to just say, okay, I want my writer to be African American. There are lots of people in different places of the world that are that diverse. Luckily enough, we are that diverse in this stage in human history. I just want to see more. Unfortunately, no matter what happens, unless they spend making the game, we'll never see everything we want to see. But I hope that they hit all the major points that are important to us, in the sense that I want to see a lot of diversity in every single manner of the word. I want to see diverse plants. I want to see diverse people. I want to see diverse places, individuality, and I want to see diversity in relationships. I don't story. I want to see lots of different. I don't want to see same sort of tropes coming up again and again, but I want to see enough diversity that I don't get stuck in a rut in the case of, oh, it's just the same sort of tagline again and again and again.
That's another thing people have brought up with when they showed off male writer. At first, he was the same brown-haired white guy with the stubble. It's a problem very much in gaming that there are like most protagonists are just the same white guy.
The Nathan Drake syndrome.
Yeah.
Basically. I do totally agree with Malik that I wish that the default was not necessarily always lily white throughout virtually all of their games, but I don't think it's just a BioWare problem. I think it's a problem with games.
It's a problem in the gaming
board. Yeah, it's not just BioWare; it's all across the board.
I mean, if you look at what I'm holding up right now, you have two completely different games. You have Deus Ex and you have Uncharted 4. Pretty much the same people in visual respect, in that Adam Jensen is a tall, broad, dark, stubble dude. Nathan Drake is a tall, broad, dark-haired, dark, stubble dude.
Yeah,
same thing.
Yeah, like
Nathan Drake looks good.
Then you have The Last of Us. Joel is a tall, broad, dark-haired, dark, stubble dude who has a little bit gray in it because he's a little bit older, but he's still the same guy.
Yeah, like Nathan
I could
Drake
show you a lot of
he had
Asian
a bit of
games.
gray in his temple.
Yeah, and then you have Telltale games like Walking Dead Season 1. Like the fact that I was able to play Lee and Clementine is not lily white either.
Yeah,
for me that was really cool. But it was one of those things that I wasn't like, oh man, I get to play a black man, because I think in my head it wasn't a big deal, not because I didn't care, but I noticed that this game is not lily white like some of the other games that I'm used to. So Lee, I think, is a very good example of a character that they should have more of in other games as a main protagonist.
What I really like about Lee is that they added him, and it wasn't just like him being black wasn't all of his character was.
Right. Yeah. I think there was one comment from Kenny, but it was okay because the hilarious comment.
Because you're Florida.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was like, aren't you like urban? I expected you to be a little bit more urban. It was done in a way that was funny. So.
Yeah, because Kenny is that he's that sort of not very socially inept. He's not used to talking to African Americans, as you can tell from where he's from.
Right.
Yeah.
Dad, what are you doing?
Go ahead, Santa, and then Gavin.
Most of the time, just a quick say. Most of the time, the character's race is determined by their actor, and as BioWare is stationed in Canada / America. I'm not exactly sure where their headquarters in the United States is located, but most of the cast is going to be white, which is unfortunate, which would then translate into much of the cast is going to be white, but we don't know what the cast is going to be in strict terms, but it's probably going to be white.
Mm-hmm.
White, because it isn't just video games, it's across the board. It is the term whitewashed, which is Malik's main motive, I think is the whitewashing in Hollywood, video games, and I don't mean to be putting terms in your mouth. If you have,
it's you're right in that. Like but it's even to the point where Ashley's voice actor is actually a black woman,
right?
Yet her character is white,
right?
I mean,
Right.
but you can also put the counter argument of just because the voice actor's white doesn't mean the character can be white. 'Cause I mean, technically, you had Bart Simpson, who was voiced by a woman.
and
Yeah.
like
So
Jennifer.
I'm just saying what they normally do. BioWare
Yeah.
usually, and video games in general, usually base their character's race on their voice
Right.
actor because it does
One positive thing, though, I will say about marketing of Andromeda is they do seem to be spotlighting female writer a lot more than they have with female Shepard, because I think that female Shepard was more into the forefront in Mass Effect 3, not so much Mass Effect 1 and 2. But we are seeing Sarah a lot more in trailers and promotional videos than we have ever have of other female counterparts in other BioWare games.
Yeah, I mean, like female Shepard only got a token trailer, and then like I think an edited version of a male Shepard trailer, like an edited version of that one cinematic trailer.
which is a shame because wasn't it originally meant to be just female Shep only, and then they threw in male Shep last second?
Yeah, FemShip was like the entire original Mass Effect game was built with like the model of FemShip, and then they added the male Shepard as a secondary thing later on. Like
I
later.
don't really see what the big hubbubaloo is. I'm gonna play whichever character I want to play, no matter what any trailer says.
Yeah, and that's fine, but it's still the problem of highlighting white characters over other
Right now.
races.
Can we do Stick and then David? Go ahead, Stick.
So, to sort of bring this back to the game in general, we all know that diversity and everything is great, but the thing that's going to keep a lot of people playing the game is going to be the gameplay, which is going to be the most important part, assuming you haven't talked about that yet. It looked like a Vanguard class, a more revamped shotgun user who has like a personalized shield. Personally, I never played a Vanguard. Never really appealed to me. I was always the guy playing the Sentinels and the Infiltrators. That's just sort of my style. I like the new look of the combat. I think it looks a lot faster, looks a lot smoother, feels a lot more free-form. Or to most of the new gameplay and the new engine involved in making this game.
Before we continue on, there is another person who wants to quickly squeeze in. Can anyone who's been here from the very beginning volunteer to bow out, just so I can let a new person in?
I can pop out. That's fine by me.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just have a few more comments, and I'm gonna bow out as well.
Okay. Cool.
See you guys. It was fun.
Illitri, if you're watching, please send me your email address ASAP. As soon as you can.
Join us.
Thank you so much for hanging out with Misty.
Bye.
Thank you.
See you soon.
See you, David.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm still here for a little more.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna go back to what we talked before with the whitewashing and promotion material and stuff like that. And I'm guessing we all agree on that this is like in the promotional phase, because BioWare has no real problem representing while you're in the game, like Josephine, and they have all the cultures like represented often in their game, and aliens and stuff like that. So I'm guessing we're talking about the promotional material then.
Yeah.
Always the token white guy with a stubble. But
I think it's more of a subconscious thing because it's just something you do without even thinking about it. Oh, it's just a regular person. AE, mental math, white.
I mean, a lot of people think of it's the Nathan Drake syndrome, sure, but it's also the Indiana Jones syndrome, which is the original tall guy with dark hair and stubble. because everybody knew who Indiana Jones was. He was this, adventurer who everyone recognized. That's a lot of the ingrained thing. It's like,
I just don't want to be unfair towards BioWare, who is working so hard to get all the races in and all the sexualities and stuff.
They have become better about it in the later years. I will agree, but they still have the problem of whenever they show promotional material, it is the white guy. Especially when they show the protagonists, it is the white guy.
I can totally see that.
Yeah, I think by default, sorry. I think by default, especially if you're new to a franchise or ISP, you tend to take the default as the way to play the game as well. So if the promotional characters, even if you have the choice to kind of custom the way they look into Asians or darken their skin out or change, the flavor, most new players or anyone new to a franchise or game tends to take the default. Okay, that's the first thing that I see, or that's the one on the promotional. It must play that way. I might have the most fun. The story is made to be this way, and even if it isn't, I think anyone approaching the game is just gonna, go with the default. And it's understandable if the default is promoted as the white, stubble, hipsterish kind of modern adventurer. That okay, this is gonna get me the most out of the game.
Okay, thanks for calling me out on my hairdo.
Well, if this makes anyone feel better, my plan, even before we had this whole conversation, I had always intended on making my writer a person of color. So I'm excited to let's play that, just for a little bit more diversity.
I'm probably going to play through that game so many different times, I couldn't name how many characters I'm going to be making.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Stick? I didn't hear you.
I'm probably going to be making so many different playthroughs of that game in my own personal time that I probably couldn't list the amount of people I want to make. I want to make a white woman, a white male, black female, Caucasian, Asian, both. I want to go through with the whole thing and see what it looks like, see how the engine changes with the face and all that.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day,
I'm definitely thinking. I'm definitely thinking darker Asian is what I'm feeling right now.
Go Asian!
Yes.
Alexander Shepard.
Hashtag Asian representation.
Yes.
And then definitely, I'm aiming to let's play this one because it'll be my first proper Mass Effect game.
Ooh.
I'm also going to buy it for my boyfriend to be his first BioWare game. And I'm going to let him play this.
You are a good girlfriend.
Like, you play this.
You are very good.
Play this.
Gary, go ahead.
You need to just tie him down to a chair, put a controller in his hand, and just be like, play this.
Oh, yes.
I'm pretty sure. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure it's not going to be canon, but it'd be nice. I mean, of course, it's going to be tough, but it'd be nice that by default, most games will have, the ability to create diverse people of color, as well as primarily your first choice is do you want to play male or female. But it'd be interesting if they are able to, just through dialogue, whatever not, or just through an option, slowly reveal that you have actually chosen a transgender character who wants to be represented as male in the story or narrative. But, you have maybe a minor option in the beginning to say that you were trans. So throughout the conversation, it's just a little bit of dialogue to just represent that you are seen and accepted and referred to as male, but your history does mean that you were female at some point. It probably, hopefully, won't be too much, but that'd be interesting, I guess, in an approach.
Were you about to say something, Nell?
I was about to say, it'd be interesting if they took the same kind of approach that The Sims 4 took, where you could select things. So technically, you could choose them to be, like, maybe female, but more masculine, and, like, you know how The Sims 4's update did it, where you could click they could be pregnant if they did stuff in the male or female way?
And the guys could wear dresses.
That's something
that kind of way.
That's something that I really like about the Dark Souls 3 character generator, is that you can have a female character, like a base female character, but you can change it enough that to the point where you can have facial hair and everything and look completely like a masculine person.
There is a male-female slider.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
interesting. Giving more fluidity to gender instead of just being stuck in the gender binary would be also cool.
Well, it'd be nice as well. They have like a body build kind of slider, so you could have like, say, a female character who looks like May from Overwatch. Bit
Yeah.
more.
Also that, yeah, body diversity.
Basically, what you're saying is BioWare need to take a key out of Bandai Namco's book and just make everything a slider instead of making it weird.
Exactly.
Or like Putty in The Sims, where you pull and push and everything.
Perfect. That would be great. If they could do that, I would be 100% behind it.
Since we're on the topic of diversity, another character, a diverse character that I loved, and I think a lot of other people loved, was from the, I want to say Overlord DLC, which is the character of David from the Overlord DLC.
Oh, yeah.
As in I don't know if he was autistic. He was autistic. And I loved his character. I fell in love with his character. I was so excited when he made a cameo in Mass Effect 3.
Yeah.
It would be awesome if a character of something like that, either autistic or Down syndrome, something along those lines, was in the game, maybe as a crew member or something. I think there's just so much you could do with a character like that, and it's something that I'm sure BioWare would be able to handle tastefully, like they did with Creme. Thoughts on that?
First of all, I'm just gonna bow out now.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, David.
Bye, Dave.
Have a nice day.
Go to bed, David. Thank you for joining us. It's so late.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, David.
Anyway, thoughts on that? As I think Ilitri is trying to get himself set up there with his camera and his
Hello?
microphone. Oh, you can hear us, Ilitri. Hi.
Yeah. Hi. Sorry from the bad English, but I am from Peru.
Oh, no problem. No, we can understand you just fine.
Okay.
How do you want us to address you? What do you want us to call you?
But is the new announcement about the new character in I don't know, the Mass Effect, and the new character of new Mass Effect called Ruka.
Ruka. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a very strange man and with a strange history. I don't know if you know this new.
I've heard the name, but I don't know much about. Does anyone here on the panel know anything about Ruka's character? I've heard.
No, but I shall Google it and search.
Somebody I'm sure can search it for us. We also have another person who just joined us. Is it Washington?
Sir Washington, the watchiest.
I think he or she is still setting up their microphone, so hopefully they'll join us. Ilitri, is that what you want us to call you? Ilitri, is that how
Yes, Ilitri is my name.
Ilitri, and where are you from again? I'm sorry.
I'm from Peru.
Peru. Okay, nice. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
While people are looking up Ruka, does anyone else have anything to say about the topic I was bringing up earlier about?
I do.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
The topic you brought up was having people like autism or maybe
yes, correct.
I was wondering also. I'm not too sure if it's going to be too sensitive to bring up, but do you think because these are genetic markers that can be normalized, that they're going to just say that in the future they've kind of eradicated these kind of disadvantages for the future? I have a sibling that has Down syndrome. It's primarily a genetic defect, right? So are they not going to represent him because in the future they're going to be able to correct the XXY chromosome?
Well, they haven't been able to. They haven't been able to solve all health issues, right? Because we still have Joker. I mean, he still has a medical condition.
Yeah, the brittle bone syndrome. Yeah,
David wouldn't have existed in the first place. Like, David wouldn't be a thing.
Right, David wouldn't have existed if that was the case.
Yeah.
So
it is obvious that it is a thing.
Right.
Because they could explain it out. I'm just saying they could cherry pick what they wanted to represent or not at this point.
True. That's a good point.
If there is a way to heal that, it could still be a choice to heal it.
True.
But who has that choice?
This is true.
The parents?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shogun, go ahead.
Moral.
Santa Shogun.
Excuse me, man.
Yes,
Guys.
yes, yes.
Because you will see that I'm trying to speak, but I have a problem. I'm in trouble.
Okay.
And because I'm stuck in the VC, in the toilet, and I can't stand up.
Okay.
Use the camera.
And I'm too worried about it. And if you hear a strange sound, don't worry about that.
Okay. Well, we'll just mute you until you get that you figured out.
Okay.
We'll just
Okay.
mute you, okay. All right. So while we're going through that, who else has anything about the topic at hand? Anyone else? Go ahead, Shogun. Go ahead.
To bring up the list of mental illnesses that could or could not be represented, there is autism, which varies from autistic to Asperger's, my condition. Don't want to make it too big of a deal of that. There is ADHD. The more easily accessible disorder, Down syndrome, as discussed. There are others, but if this is done, I would prefer to be done in a tasteful manner. I too loved David. I really liked him as a character, as a villain, as a sympathetic villain who I really enjoyed Overlord. The horror atmosphere and David's forced to partake in this by his supposed caretaker made me really hate Archer. Really enjoyed the cameos both made. But if this character was to be in the game, I would enjoy it if he was done tastefully, and to avoid some of the cliches, like we can barely hold a spoon, but we're fantastic at math. We can't. Just because I have a stutter does not mean we all have a stutter. And furthermore, on such blah blah blah. But I would enjoy him being in a setting and enjoyable. There are a lot of things, like if he is fantastic at math, I could deal with that. I certainly would not be opposed to that. It would be interesting. Because the peek behind the veil of autism, we often have trouble communicating. The famous, we can't make eye contact and we have trouble touching. However, there are lots of ways of getting around this, therapies and all of that junk. And we do often have obsessions, some math, some tactics, like me. I'm bringing down the tone of this. I apologize, but
No,
again,
it's fine.
This is a very
personal,
close thing to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course.
It's probably why I liked Overlord so much. I was easily invested in David. My hatred for Dr. Archer and other such. It would be done tastefully, I would appreciate it. Much like how they portray homosexual characters or transgender characters. I feel like tastefulness is the goal, and interesting characters is always the goal of good entertainment. I'm done.
I was saying in chat, it can be stereotypical, but if it's tasteful, then, some people are like that.
think
Yeah, I
everything
know.
is-
I fill out
Go
every
ahead.
stereotype.
Go ahead, Nell. Go ahead, Nell.
I think it's going to be something that BioWare may leave for a long time because it is like you could try and do it, you end up with the Sheldon Cooper effect, and you accidentally basically turn it into a stereotype. And I think it's going to be something they're going to leave for probably quite a while because it is something that is very much touch and go. Let me not drink my drink cap. Very touch and go. And I think whatever they do, there's no way they're going to make people happy. Because either it's going to be too far to the point where it's insulting, or it's going to be not enough that you don't know it's there. And therefore it's not representing the community.
Yeah, it's impossible to please anyone.
Yeah.
They can always try though, which is appreciable. If they just said no, we're not going to do it, it's more or less ignoring. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's something they might leave for a while until I don't know.
Okay, so the unfortunate thing is we're nearing. I unfortunately have to leave shortly, so my apologies to the people who just came on, but I didn't. Unfortunately, my time is running out. But if anyone has any last minute topics they want to discuss, speak now or forever hold your peace.
Gameplay. What are you guys looking forward to the most?
Yeah, I guess that's probably a good thing we'll say. Everyone can give. Did you want to say something real quick, Astra, or are you?
Oh, I wanted to ask as a closing up topic.
Okay.
What thing you expect they would change or add from the other games, like personal, even if you know that they would never do it. Yeah.
Let's. How about we do this to sort of answer both questions at the same time. We'll just go around and each person say one thing that you hope that they will add to this game, or what you're most looking forward to this game, and then one thing that you hope that they either fix or improve or omit from the previous games. Does that make sense? People, I think that'll probably answer all of it. So does anyone want to answer that? Something that you are looking forward to, want them to add, excited about for the next game, and something that you think they should improve, change, omit from the previous games. Go ahead, Shogun.
What?
Well, go ahead, Shogun. Go ahead.
Okay. I am looking. Gameplay wise, I want to see.
Sorry, I think somebody's.
That was an echo.
Yeah,
Sorry,
ahead.
I thought somebody was
Go
talking. I would like to see the gun system from Mass Effect 3, but gameplay wise, the thing I most want to keep or looking forward to is the Shepard charge or the Vanguard charge. As long as that is in there somewhere, as long as I can dash across the room and smash into somebody like a Krogan, I will be happy.
That is the thing that was in the gameplay trailer.
Yeah.
I think he means
But
charge.
The biotic charge or the Shepard charge, as the internet has named it.
The biotic charge is in the trailer.
Yeah.
So it's there.
Cool. But lore-wise, I would like for there to be I would like the Quarians to come, but I don't want them forced in, anything like that. Basically, I just want my Tally hipster romance option. Like my Cassandra in Dragon Age Inquisition, or my Tally in the Mass Effect trilogy. I just want my hipster romance where everyone can go play with their mainstream one. I just want a nice romance in it.
Okay.
That's sort of my last final thoughts mixed in with everything else. So, can I drop? Would anyone mind?
You can drop whenever you want, Mike. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Thank you. See ya.
Bye.
All right. Who else would like to answer that question?
I would like to see omitted. I would like to see a distinct dropping of options. I'd like to see there be an awful lot more diversity in the options in which I can handle a situation. I want to be able to talk my way out of a situation that I normally wouldn't be, and I want to be able to fight my way through a situation that maybe it'd be easier to talk through. You know, I want to see more diversity in awareness. I want to see of options when it comes to how to handle situations, an awful lot more than there was in Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. I'd like to see them add, I'd like them to Paragon and Renegade interactions. I don't want there to be just 6 or 7 throughout, say, a large section of the game. I want to see there be 7 in an hour. If I could pick a good number, I'd say 6 to an hour. Therefore, you have 1 every 10 minutes. They don't have to be big interactions, but I want to see them do something.
Thank you, Stick. Who else would like to go next? Are we good? Are we good? All right.
I want more geeky Turian boyfriends.
Yes, more geeky Turian boyfriends for the win.
I wish that they could have given you the option to be an alien.
How about you, Malik?
I would just like them to have consistent writing throughout the game that is consistently good, because that's a problem they've had with the Mass Effect. I think like there have been a definite stories, like story paths that have been more well written than others, especially in the third game. That it has some very inconsistent writing, I think.
Yeah, writing in games have those problems.
Yeah.
But I think they manage quite well. Even that we are talking about the game before it comes out.
True. But
This is true.
In some part, I am also. I mostly came on here to talk about why I'm not hyped.
Oh,
fair enough.
Like I'm looking forward. I will probably play it, and I hope that it's. I hope that it's good, but I'm in no way like expecting anything on my end, and I'm especially wary of being hyped because I've been burned by BioWare twice now. With the last 2 games, I've not liked them at all. Well, I liked Mass Effect 3, but I've really hated Inquisition.
Yeah, I hope they surprise you.
Gary and Astro, you two go. The two of you want to poke in here.
What?
I'm sorry?
It's you two. It's Gary and Astro. Those are the only two who haven't answered the questions yet. So whichever one of them want to say something.
Yeah, if you two want to answer that question, go ahead. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Oh.
I know.
Oh,
go ahead. Let Astra go, and let's let Gary go first, then Astra. Go ahead, Gary, go first.
I guess end of the day, I not only want something I can enjoy, but something that can make me think. Not just about stories or the characters, but it does make me think. Like when I play the games that most affected me, let's say after Mass Effect 3, watching the ending, there's more to think about, there's more to discuss. And it does make me think about what's going on, how is it relatable to what's going on in our world and what we're doing, and how am I relating to it as well. And I like having games have an effect on me. And I think a lot of new games are a lot of things that I just play through and okay, that's it, pretty much. But I'm just hoping that Andromeda, for all its hype or for all its worth, once again, after I play, leaves me with that feeling of I'm still thinking about it. And I like that.
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Astra.
The one thing I hope they are more of choices that make you think, that give you pause and make you think about what you are going to do with that. Like who are you going to support in Mass Effect 3, for example, and also one thing that I think that there were a lot of Mexican standoff kind of situations where both parties would take their weapons, and they look really odd because I think they should in general. I hope that they made better animation and camera placement so that interaction doesn't look like video gamey. It looks more real. But yeah, I hope they will manage.
All right. Thank you, guys. Sweet. All right. Well, thank you, everybody who participated in today's discussion. Hopefully, those of you who are watching learned something new, heard some stuff that maybe you agreed or maybe disagreed with what we had to say. I definitely had a lot of fun. Thank you guys to everybody who participated in the panel, especially for those of you who are new. It was really awesome to meet you guys. And we probably will have at least one more of these before the game is finally released. So thanks again for watching. And as usual, until next time, love yourselves and love each other, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.